got trouble with me. So we're supposed to be sophisticated. Then why is 67% of the population undereducated? Emotionally incapacitated. Historically opinionated characters end up assassinated. And that's okay with the people faking it day to day. Capitalizing on capitalism, it's pay to play. Waiting for data to make it fade away. Whether you admit it, we're witnessing biological decay of the human race. We're going to a new place. I really hope it comes soon. I don't do space, two-faced, treble and bass, running the rebel base. Outpacing enemies in the interface. In your face like a zygomatic arch. I got them in lockstep, meaning my melodramatic march is effective, albeit rather subjective. I encourage you to pursue a new perspective. Alignment is just a part of the process, and lately I've been making some progress. I'm finding the defining the balance of good and evil in people is nearly an impossible conquest. Regardless, stay CG, only way I know how to be. When I combine my child with OTIC, an outlaw like I'm Robin H-double-O-D. I made it through the rubble, now they got trouble with me. Since the day I was born, I've been non-conforming. I put myself in a position to make a living performing. Haters should consider this a form of warning. I've been swarming on them like a storm, I'm global warming. I'm not the one, done been through too much madness. Mastered the wrath and the sadness. You would need an atlas to match where I'm at. The fat cat put a nerdcore rap back on the map, that's Yazik. Weaving that underwater basket. Rap till I'm wrapped in a casket. Snapping I'm back on the track like I'm Matt Foley. Stay blown like a fiberglass gasket. Gassed up, I'm a maniacal minotaur. Try to hit me with your best shot, minotaur. Try to get me on that guest spot, but I stay in the lab, and that's where I'ma be until they put me up on the slab. It's magic. Alignment is just a part of the process, and lately I've been making some progress. I'm finding the defining the balance of good and evil in people is nearly an impossible conquest. Regardless, stay CG, only way I know how to be. When I combine my child with OTIC, an outlaw like I'm Robin H-double-O-D. I made it through the rubble, now they got trouble with me. Life is short, do with it as you please. You're the only person that you ever have to appease. Or search your weaponry by stepping in DSDs. But you gotta know that nobody gets any guarantees. Seize opportunity, embrace your development. Replacing the elements, erasing irrelevance. Facing the blatant display of decay and our elegance. Merrick was a man, not an elephant. Tell him on the merit of the self-reflection. Minimize any malevolent misdirection. Keeping them at a downright distant disconnection. An example of natural selection. And I might be slightly erratic, ghost in the shell, I'm a light in the attic, and I'm quite the dramatic, I'm in it for the attention, ready to ascend and transcend dimensions. Alignment is just a part of the process, and lately I've been making some progress. I'm finding the defining the balance of good and evil in people is nearly an impossible conquest. Regardless, stay CG, only way I know how to be. When I combine my child with OTIC, an outlaw like I'm Robin H-double-O-D. I made it through the rubble, now they got trouble with me.
I'm like a falling star, I burn alone. I've got a heart without a home. Underneath this empty sky, just waiting for a sign. And it seems to me that gravity has got its hold on me, but I'm about to break free. Mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Oh, mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Like a flare without a spark, a shadow wish into the dark. Far across the galaxy is where our dreams would be. And it seems to me astrology has got its plans for me. I just gotta believe.
Good evening and welcome everyone to the Bard's Playhouse. We hope that you're having a fantastic weekend so far, and we thank you so very much for joining us for tonight's second installment of our Alien RPG miniseries titled Chariots of the Gods, as published by Free League Publishing. Let's meet our crew. starting with the captain.
Hi, everyone. I'm Samantha McLarty, and I'm playing Captain Vanessa Miller.
And our pilot.
Hello, everybody. I am Dustin Fletcher, and I am playing pilot Lance Davis. A little reckless, you know, never slows down. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I am not in a precarious situation at all. It's fine.
Not in the slightest. And next, our cargo handler, Miss Chambers.
Hi, I am Meghan Caves, and I am playing Lyra Chambers, the very loyal and potentially soon to be dead cargo handler.
And last but not least, our corporate agent, Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rene Beauregard, and I am playing the company man, Willing Yutani's own, John J. Wilson.
And again, my name is Brandon. I go by the DMB, and you are here with us on the Bard's Playhouse. Now, one of the things that's really important for us to stress to our viewers about Alien RPG, this is very much a horror RPG in the aspect that our crew are not heroes. They are just normal run-of-the-mill space truckers. And as things go in space where it is hell, many of the things that you encounter are very, very deadly, and they're starting to quickly realize that. That being said, this stream is intended for mature audiences. There is a special content warning tonight for those of you that are a little bit squeamish about blood and gore as well as body horror, so viewer discretion is advised. With that being said, just a little bit about our content warning. And we are back. So, as in our last episode, we always start off the Alien RPG with one question. What's the story, Mother? Well, the story that we're currently exploring is that of the crew of the USCSS Montero. They have boarded a derelict ship, the USCSS Cronus, that has been lost for the last 70 years. They had been on a cargo run prior and now are tasked with a new mission to recover all of the scientific data on board the Cronus, as well as bring the Cronus back to a Weyland-Yutani space station and recover the crew of the Cronus. Now, as our crew began to explore the ship, the eerie vibes of the inside of the Cronus being dark and cold, having not had the air scrubbers on for 70 years, didn't seem to bother them all too much. But even after just a short time of only about half an hour aboard the ship, they started to find out just why the ship was abandoned. Still unsure of the fate of the crew, as they have not explored the cryo chambers yet. The crew has set out to get the ship back up and running as quickly as they can to bring power back so that the air scrubbers can start up again, restore temperature as well as light to the ship. Now, there have been some, what should we say, strange encounters aboard the ship, and we are going to be panning our camera back onto just one such of those encounters with Miss Chambers. Now, Miss Chambers, you've just spent the last 15 minutes or so cleaning up the reactor core in an attempt to get it powered back on, only to find out that a once thought corpse laying inside of a nest of debris was in fact not a corpse. It was some form of monster that, upon you trying to sneak out of the room, or rather I should say, move carefully out of the room, disturbed its sleep, and caused it to attack you and your ship's technician, Rye. A very short melee has ensued in which you've been knocked down onto your back and very narrowly avoided taking many blows to the face, dealing quite a large blow to this monster with a bolt from your bolt gun directly up to its chin, which pushed it off of you, thankfully, and turned its ire against your friend Rye. So, as it turned on Rye, it slammed her up against the reactor core and began to pummel her, blood spattering all over the chamber, into the reactor itself. And all of you, over your open comms, heard her, with her death wail, squelch out the word, run. So, Lyra, it is your action as we are at the top of the initiative here. You are currently on the ground, bolt gun in your hand, but not loaded. What are you doing?
So it is very clear to me that Rye is dead, right? I mean,
Very
that was
much
clear.
so, yes. You are about 90% certain that some of the material that is on the reactor is brain matter.
Oh, good. So Lyra is loyal. And I'm thinking her thought is going to be protect the rest of the crew as well. So I think she would try, tell me if this is something I could do. Basically, I think she would start to take off running, but also try to get to a safe enough distance and turn back and maybe try to see if she could, I don't know, throw something at it. Or I guess the bolt gun is more of a close-up thing, right?
With the bolt gun, you do have a range of short, so yes, that is correct. You do have to be in the same zone as your target, which we established that if you cross the threshold of a door into a different area, that puts you at medium range. So,
okay.
If your plan is to exit the room with haste, you can do that with your full turn. It'll take fast action to stand up from being on the ground, and then another action, which would consume your slow action, to get outside of the room.
Okay. All right. Could I get right to the, basically before I go outside of the room? And then I guess quickly try to use my bolt gun from that distance, and if that's the next turn, I can do it then. That's my goal.
Yes, that would be the next turn, because the bolt gun is single shot, so you have to use an action to reload it.
Okay.
So as you are, of course, first in the initiative order, that is the first thing that you do upon seeing your friend's death is, first of all, increase your stress by 1.
Oh boy, yeah.
Then you quickly get up, shaken, as it were. No panic roll necessary just yet, but you scramble your way over to the door. A quick epiphany as you reach the door frame, as you remember that all of the doors in this ship do have just a button that you press to close them. There's also a locking mechanism on both of them, but it generally doesn't work without the power. So you rush over to the door and you hesitate as, you know, you kind of step through it, considering that you don't want to let this, whatever it is, free on the ship. And your immediate reaction as you remember that you can, you know, just press this button is that you step just outside and press the button and shut the door, hoping that this thing is not smart enough to push a button to open a door, and you're going to deter it at least a little bit.
Okay.
So you do that. No necessary rolls for this. You're just clambering through some of the rubble, not particularly trying to be quiet or anything like that. There's no tripping hazards or anything. So you do so successfully, and you standing in the hallway of C deck just outside the reactor relay control. and the door with a whoosh closes, and a couple other things happen at that time. The entire ship shakes. There's an audible humming sound as the blue light that was illuminating from the reactor core, it strengthens and becomes much brighter. And you almost have to shield your eyes, Lyra, as it brightens. And it's got this sickly kind of purplish tint to it, you're sure, from the blood that's covering most of the chamber. And the power in the ship comes on. Now, the rest of our crew also notices this after you've obviously heard the dying request of Rye to run. Not sure of where it's been aimed at. So the first thing that I will ask, just as we really quickly do a check-in of what everybody's reaction to that is talk to our folks on the bridge, the captain and John Wilson. So you're currently on the bridge discussing things, getting an idea of where exactly the state of all the technology on the bridge is, and you hear this over the comms where Rye kind of tries to scream but doesn't make a good kind of effort of it with crushed lungs, and you hear run. So what is Captain Miller's immediate reaction?
I have that monitor, the tracker
Yes.
thing. So my immediate reaction is probably going to be to head towards, like, out of the bridge.
Leaving the bridge to go into the hallway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What about you, Mr. Wilson?
I am cautiously following behind, knowing that the captain is probably like quick step going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like watching her walk
Mm-hmm.
and seeing her pace, and I am moving as half as fast as she is.
Gotcha. Okay. So as a quick reminder for myself, as well as you guys in the audience, Captain Miller, what weapons do you have on your person, and are you wielding any of them currently?
I am currently wielding the bolt gun.
Okay.
And I have Mr. Wilson's gun ammo, which at the moment I'm probably fumbling, trying to pull like out of a pocket or a bag or whatever, and
perfect.
That's what I have at the moment.
Well, something is better than nothing, and with not knowing what's going on, if there's any kind of immediate threat, as the ship's power comes on, a bolt gun is better than nothing. Mr. Wilson, what weapon are you currently brandishing, if any?
I am, you know what, because it makes me feel safer based on what I know about it. I actually have the storm rifle pulled up, which is a long, unused arm that Weyland-Yutani created that is not really in circulation anymore. We found it on the ship when we got here, and I have three shots with this rifle. The captain has the mag for the rifle on her because she didn't trust me with the rest of it. We will make of it what you want from there. But I have the storm rifle up, and I am cautiously heading out the door to the bridge.
Okay. And just for a quick counting for myself, Captain Miller, as you exit the bridge there, you can either go left or right down the hallway. If your goal is to proceed further into the ship, they're both going to take you the same direction, but which hallway would you take?
Now, so I do know where Davis is right now, correct?
Davis, what was the last update that you gave to the crew? I believe that you were heading back to the bridge, the last update that you gave them?
I said I will meet you in the bridge. I did not say that I was going to loot Medbay.
Okay. So you're under the assumption then, Captain, that Davis should be on his way to the bridge.
Okay. In that case, then yeah, as soon as I get out, I will use the comm and let him know that there's a situation. I'm sure he probably already heard about that. But yeah, just I'll radio him. Davis.
And at that point, Davis, is whenever we pan our camera back over on to you in Scilab 2. Now, where we left Davis off was in quite a bit of a predicament. You had just grabbed a key card that you are almost 100% certain will unlock the mother chamber of this ship. It was in a pool of black goo that was sprouting some of the funguses that fungi, correct verbiage here. English is an easy language. That are in the container that you're currently carrying with yourself, sealed, airtight.
Yeah, and I believe I was able to deftly pull it without touching any of the fungi.
And just as you pulled it out and you hear the run from Rye, you turn around only to find yourself within a few feet of another monster. And as we described before, this monster is very tall, close to 7 feet. So its head is pretty close to touching the ceiling of this 8-foot room. And its appendages, arms and legs, are very thin, but much longer than a person's would be. It has sharp claws at the end of its fingers, and it has a long, bulbous head that juts back over its shoulders, and probably about 2.5 feet behind it. It does not appear to have any form of nose or mouth or eyes, and it's just standing there, full height, arms to its sides, and it appears, well, if you were a human, it would be hyperventilating. Its breathing is extremely rapid, as it does appear to be paying attention to you, and I believe that you had said something over the comms just as you heard Captain Miller call out to get an update from you.
Yes. So we'll just play that back. I kind of, as I turn around and I see this, I just kind of freeze. The adrenaline kind of pumping through me as I just kind of look up and go, like, hearing Davis over comms, and he's just like, "Well, Nessa, it's been a hell of a run. You should probably get off this. Yeah.
And just as you are sending that message out over the comms, the power on the ship for you as well comes back on. It's kind of like a sweeping progress from the lower decks up to the top. And the creature that is standing in front of you, its jaw peels apart, like the skin itself just opens up, ripping and tearing, and it appears that it does have a mouth, but that mouth extends out with pink gum-like appendages, sharp rows of teeth, and it growls and hisses at you as the power comes back on, and it darts back into the maintenance shaft that you're sure that it came out of.
Did it look like it reacted to the light?
The light and the sound, more a combination of both.
Okay. Okay. Davis will actually, like, without even thinking, just like rush and kind of look to see if he can see which direction it goes in the ventilation shaft.
Okay. So you know that this ventilation shaft actually, from the blueprints of the ship, this ventilation shaft here that it went into is going to make a short run to the junction that's on this level. So wherever that junction leads to, it can get to.
Copy that. Okay, I see. Yeah. So it went through that shaft, not the...
Correct. Not the one that runs on the left or the right side of the ship.
Got it.
To the
Okay.
left.
Did Lyra say anything in comms, or did we just hear run?
You just heard run, unless, Lyra, you did say something as you exited the room.
No, I didn't say anything.
Okay.
And I think over comms, Lance will say, kind of, you know, I got eyes on something. I don't know what the hell that thing was.
Headed into the
ventilation shaft. Going through to junction B2. Look out, Lyra.
Davis, get to the bridge. I'm going after Lyra. And
I'm closer. And he'll take off towards the junction and
okay.
Again,
And
reckless trait. He's just...
That's true. It's very true.
As he just, you know, it's just like, you'll never make it in time, Ness. I've got to go. And
that's an order. Get to the bridge.
Ooh, good chance here. Good chance. Okay, so we might have a little bit of a roll off here with a test. Davis, are you determined to go help out Lyra, or are you going to obey the orders of your captain?
I mean, I gotta go right next to the junction to get to the bridge, so I'm not really disobeying orders.
Okay. So
technicality.
There's a couple of ways that you can go about this. Captain Miller, if you are intending to issue an order for Davis to obey, despite his own intentions, you can make a roll to force him to obey your commands. So the way that you will do that is an empathy plus command roll. You also have your pull rank talent. If you truly want to make sure that he does this for you, you can use that talent. However, keep in mind that comes with a cost of stress.
Yeah, I will do that now. So with this, I roll the 2d6, correct? And then I add what the empathy.
So what you will do is you will roll your total pool of what your empathy dice are and
gotcha.
command. And then for pull rank, 1 second. All right. So you will roll that command roll. Like I said, no extra bonuses or anything like that to it. Don't forget to include your current stress dice in that pool. And Davis, you are going to roll your manipulation, which is it's the same skill, empathy, plus, or I'm sorry, same attribute, plus the manipulation skill.
Empathy plus manipulation?
Yes, sir.
And do I add in my stress die to that?
That's correct.
Okay, got it. So,
and this is a roll off. So whoever gets more successes will win.
I got 3 6s.
Okay.
I only got 2 6s.
All right. And neither of you rolled a 1 on your stress dice, correct?
Did not.
Perfect. So, Davis, as much as your logical, tells you in this rush of going to find out what this thing is and protect your crewmate, You do recognize that Captain Miller is your commanding officer, and she has just issued you a direct order, and it is best for you to follow it.
Okay. I will reply in kind. He'll kind of, as he's moving towards that way, he'll just kind of, yes, ma'am, on my way.
All right.
And he'll take off. He wants to go, I would hopefully like to go down the same corridor that she is going down.
Okay.
I would like to intersect her along the way.
I think that that's going to be doable because you aren't actually going to be changing decks. You are both on B deck. You will be heading north, and she will be heading south. So let's shift back over to Lyra. Before we resolve that, Lyra, the power in the ship has just come on, and as it does, this creature lets out a yell that is inhuman as it can be. It sounds like an enraged animal. But your plan to shut the door does seem to have momentarily deterred it. It comes and it bangs on the door, and its fist leaves a dent in it. What would you like to do?
Get away from that door.
Okay. So, again, you have rather intimate knowledge of the schematics of the ship, blueprints. Which direction would you like to head?
Let's see. Was I in the reactor specifically, or were we...
Reactor relay control is that door that leads to the hallway outside of it. That is where you're at.
So I would probably exit there and get on comms and just say, Ra's dead, which I suppose everybody knows at this point. There's something in here. Where should I head, Captain? Should I head to you?
Where are you right now?
Right outside the reactor relay control.
Wait there. We're coming to get you.
All right. Well, let me just add that I got the thing behind a door, but I don't think that door is going to hold for long.
In that case, start making your way towards the brig. We'll meet you there. I'm pulling Wilson along with me. Or not really pulling him, but insisting he comes too. Okay.
And so all this time, Captain, you have obviously not stopped rushing to make sure that you get to your crew, and didn't particularly, your attention is on going to Lyra right now. And you know that Wilson did exit the bridge with you, but you've already probably made it almost to the living quarters at this point. And as you look back, you do see him at the end of the hallway to the bridge, moving along behind you slowly. Cautiously, I should say. He's got the storm rifle up, like he's kind of like giving you an overwatch since you're in such a hurry. Mm-hmm. So if you look at the map, like the hallway that's outside of the corporate suite, you are there. He is in the hallway that is next to vestibule 1. The doors you left open when you pushed the button. Okay. You're not too concerned about closing off that route as you're rushing to get to the junction.
Okay. Yeah. As I'm going to hold up kind of like the ammo cartridge that I have and just kind of wave it and yell back, "Pick up your speed."
I will. I'll be right there. I just want to make sure that nothing is coming down any of these hallways, and I want to make sure that you are covered, so that nothing attacks you from behind. So I have your have your 6, I believe is what they say in this regard. So please, Captain, continue. And he's just gonna like very meticulously, like very cautiously, step over step, just keep behind her.
All right. And so, Captain Miller, you rush through the living area, not really taking in too much of your surroundings. There, no, like I said, none of the doors are locked here, so your next step is going to be just heading right past the med lab and things like that. Wilson, I believe that you were checking on Junction B1 as well, just to make sure that that was safe, heading inside, checking the ladder.
That is correct. I look into Junction B1, I dip in there, I look around, and I look up, and I'm just casing the entire junction, making sure nothing's coming down at us.
It appears to be clear.
Great.
What do you go from there?
I go up Junction 1.
Understandable. All right, and so you start to head up Junction B1 up to the A deck, and it's at this point that Davis, you've cleared the hallway to the science sector, and you are outside of the med lab as you see Captain Miller, as you push the button on the door to where the living area is, rushing to you. You know that you're only a short distance away from C deck. Lyra, you do have the opportunity to try to lock this door if you want to before you leave, or
yes.
You can. Okay.
Yes, I would do that.
Got it. So now the power is back on. It's obviously just a press of a couple more buttons and a short lever pull. You hear the lock engage, and there's like a whoosh of air as it appears to be something that's pneumatic to close that. But that beating on the door is not stopping. It is pummeling dents into the door. It doesn't appear that it's going to break it quickly, but if it continues this way within a few minutes, it might be able to. So are you heading for the junction to head upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. Just as you are making your way to the junction, you head inside, and can you please give me an observation roll?
Oh boy.
So that is going to be wits plus observation. And don't forget your stress dice.
All right. I got a 6, but I also got a 1 on a stress die.
Okay. And what is your current stress rating?
3.
3. So please roll me a stress die and add 3 to that.
That's 8.
All right, so you start to tremble uncontrollably as you succeed on this roll, but you fail. You succeed. Oh, I'm sorry, you fail successfully.
Yeah, there we go.
So
Failing
until your panic ends, all of your agility rolls are at -2.
Oh boy.
So panic ends after 1 turn, so 10 to 15 minutes, or somebody calms you down with a command roll.
Okay.
So as you look up, making sure that Davis said that he had eyes on something as well, and you knew that he was right above you on B deck, just scanning your surroundings, you look up and you see you're not sure what it is. It looks like hind legs and a tail. Pale, almost kind of bluish white skin that is just climbing up off of the ladder all the way up on, you can tell it's on A deck and going to the right.
I would be panicking, so I'm probably going to go the opposite direction and remember and just get on the comms. There's something is coming up. She's just going to relay all that information kind of quickly, and she does not sound like she's doing okay.
Okay. And so we go back to Captain Miller and Davis, who have just met. You know that the junction down to C deck is just a short hallway away. You should be able to see Lyra if she is mentioning something that's in the junction. I'm assuming neither of you stop for pleasantries, and you just go.
I do actually.
Oh,
I do stop.
Okay.
I actually will like grab, like as we're moving, I grab her and I just say, "Look at me. I don't know what the fuck this is. This is more wild than anything we've ever seen before. Don't go alone. Get Lyra, get up here. I don't know what this is, but I've never seen anything like this before in my entire existence. Look, you know me. We've been through a lot of shit together. This is fucked."
No. I know. And I'm not alone, and I'm gonna look back. Do I see Wilson behind me?
You do not.
Like, God damn it! Okay, fine. Come on. And I'm just gonna grab him and continue on our way.
And as she says this, he goes, "Good."
Mumbling curses at Wilson the entire time.
And Davis will just be like, "I didn't trust anybody else by your back. Hey, Ness, I've always had you. I'll always be there. I got you. Hey."
I know. Come on. We've got to get to Lyra. I have no idea what's going on.
And he'll turn and go, "It's just like Quantico," and we'll take off.
Jesus Christ.
So you guys head towards Junction B2. We'll say this short conversation happened as Lyra is getting to Junction C2 and looking up and seeing this creature exiting A2. And over the ship's comms, now that the power is back on, suddenly the entire ship is coming back to life. Lights are turning back on. The temperature regulation is starting to get back to work. You all hear this sickening grinding of metal as it sounds like a turbine starts or something like that. Lyra, you can hear it, and you would know that it's probably the air filter mechanism starting back up.
Okay.
And over the intercom, you hear this ship's mother, which strangely enough sounds exactly like your mother. So there's a little bit of a confusion there for a second as you realize that that's this ship's mother. It says, "Warning, cryo chambers deactivated. Warning, cryo chambers deactivated." Agent Wilson, you have reached the airlock.
I detach the umbilical.
Okay. And let us see what you need to do that. So this might not be the easiest task for you. However, it's worth a good old-fashioned try because, as I mentioned, with the damage to the airlock, it's going to be a test to detach it. So what you will need to do is give me... Let me check your dice pools. A strength roll. And don't forget to include your stress dice.
John J. Wilson has no stress.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, so my strength is the lowest stat I have. But this is going to be fine. That's a 6.
All right. No, not even a need to push the roll. What a fantastic way to go. You don't really even have anything to wrench this thing loose. You know it's stuck, and you look around in the airlock of the Cronus, and you just find a pipe that had to have been broken loose from whatever kind of scuffle was happening in here. You grab it, shove it into the edge of where you can see like the damages of the airlock that now that you kind of look at it, you have no idea how Lyra managed to get this thing coupled and sealed where the airlock worked, but you just wrench it, and at the very same time that you wrench it, you press the button on the airlock door to make sure that you're not exposed to space. And there is a satisfying clink, and everybody can feel the detachment of the umbilical as it detaches. Now,
it's this like flip of the pipe, catching the hand, in pop, and he just like closes his eyes and waits for it. And when he hears it, he's just like, promotion, raise, here we come. And he then drops the pipe and begins to head over to the end of to junction A2 to head down to where he knows everyone's going to be in C.
All right. So one thing to note, it was clearly stated, you do know that even though you have decoupled the umbilical, the Montero is still technically matching the Cronus's drifting speed, so it will remain in the same position as long as nothing damages it or knocks it off course or anything like that. So there will still be a chance to reconnect the umbilical, but it is going to be extremely difficult if somebody wants to do that. All right. And so we move back to Junction B2 with our crew. Davis, Captain Miller, you reach Junction B2 quickly, looking down the ladder, and you see Lyra standing at the bottom of the ladder, looking up, and she is shaking. Like you can see her whole body. It's like the temperature in here is actually affecting her, even though you know it's not. You obviously could tell from the sound of her voice that something is wrong. And she had mentioned something above B2 and A2 going up the ladder.
I think when Davis enters, like, he has his bolt gun out and at the ready, and is like looking at the air vent that he saw the creature go into before he gets into the room. So he's actually looking to see if he can see, like, his eyes would go there before it goes down.
Sure. If it did exit, well, you can reasonably say that it did exit that air vent. It had to have. It's the only way that it could have gotten into this junction. It did not, like, break the shaft or anything like that. And it appears that it's still attached to the vent itself.
So I don't see the creature.
Nope.
Okay, got it. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the creature.
Yeah, and I'm heading just straight to Lyra.
Yep. I am actually covering the Captain's 6.
All right. And yeah, Vanessa, you just jump onto the ladder and in a fireman slide. Don't even mess with the rungs. You just slide down it, almost like dropping on Lyra, who just barely steps out of the way.
Lyra, what the hell? You're muted, Meg.
Thank you. Rye's dead. I don't know what this thing is, but it's about to punch through those solid doors back there, which means, well, I don't know what it means, but it means we're not safe. I don't know if this is something we can even take down. Just a few of us. I don't know if a ship can.
Okay, calm down. Look, we need to get back to the bridge. Maybe we can find out what's going on there. I need to find out what the hell Wilson's doing.
Fuck the bridge. This Captain, this is above our pay grade. Like, I don't care how much nothing's worth this. I mean, fucking Rye's dead. Like, we gotta go.
I
was
agree.
That the umbilical cord separating? What was that?
It did feel like it.
That's why I'm wondering what the hell he's doing. In fact, Wilson, what the fuck are you doing?
Wilson's comms are busted.
I'm covering the A section of the ship here, Captain. I'm reaching A2, a junction A2 as we speak. Mother, when I pass the cryo chambers, what happens?
So that is a good point, and you do quickly, Mr. Wilson, rush out of junction A1 down the south of the ship to the cryo chambers, and now that the power is restored, you can actually disengage the lock to these cryo chambers. And as you go inside, you see that the doors, there are 3 cryo chambers here. They do have frost covering their viewports, so you can't really see inside of them, to the ones to the left and the right. But if you move further south to get to the junction into cryo 3, you do see that the systems themselves are coming on board, just like the ship's mother is stating. The life support systems are coming back online, and the ship's automated programming is bringing the crew out of cryo sleep.
I'm kind of being waylaid here, Mr. Davis, Captain. The ship's crew appears to be coming out of cryostasis, and perhaps someone, myself being up here, can guide them, keep them safe, bring us all together. Just let me know where you're going to be, and I will bring them down to you.
Another question.
One second. Captain Miller, you can, now that you're down on sea deck, hear the beating of this thing's fists on the door to the reactor relay control room. And yes, your question, pilot?
It was either one of the med or the Psi labs was like decay smelling. Was that the fungi smell, or was that bodies?
That smell, if I remember right, was when you got a whiff of it whenever you took your helmet off in the med lab.
Yes.
And gave yourself the nap relief. So as far as you might be concerned, the scent was coming from the med lab. Okay.
I thought I had like the storage closet or something in the Scilab 1. I thought that like this is I found out like that this is definitely where that decay smell is coming from.
It could be, because I mean more of those more of like the black goo and the fungi.
Okay. I didn't see bodies. That's
yeah. No, you didn't see any bodies in the Scilab. You did see what reasonably anyone could determine is whatever this thing that you ran into, it might be its nest, because there's like gnawed bones all over the floor in Scilab 2.
Got it. Okay, cool.
So, Captain Miller and Lyra.
When I hear Wilson say that, I'm just going to come back to him and no, Mr. Wilson, I would much prefer you rejoin us. We will deal with the crew once we have regrouped and figured out what the hell's going on.
I'm very sorry, Captain. Once these crew members have been able to come out of stasis, I will be able to reach Junction A2, which will get me to you faster. But until the doors open up and they have been released from cryo sleep, I won't be able to get to that junction. If you can recall the blueprints for the Cronus. But I'm going to do everything I can. I may as well wait here for them to come out of cryostasis while the doors become active. Just please understand that I'm doing everything that I can.
I'm going to completely stop using the comm. And I'm going to look at those two and tell them, he is up to something. We need to get to the bridge now.
Yes, Captain.
Yes, Captain. Whatever we do, we got to do it now.
Then let's go. And I'm going to turn and we'll start going back towards the bridge.
Okay. So, obviously the quickest route is going to be to head right back up from C here to back to the B deck, and then make your way to the bridge itself. Let me check on something here. In which the three of you actually do without being accosted in any way. In fact,
Oh.
whatever Davis saw and Lyra, you make your way back to the bridge, and there is nothing on the motion tracker, Captain Miller, anything of that sort.
When we get back to the bridge, can we enter in, and can I close it off?
Yeah, you can close the door to the bridge just like any of the other ones.
All right, then I want to do that.
Okay.
Once we are in there and I've gotten it closed off, is there any way to, I'm assuming that there would be, like, since the ship's repowering, that there's cameras around the ship?
You might be able to pull some of those up somewhere. I
would like to try to do that, please.
Yeah, let me see what you can make a roll for.
I'm specifically looking for to see if there's any more of those creature-y things that they've talked about that I have yet to see, and find Mr. Wilson, because I don't trust him.
Sure. You can make a roll. It would just be, if you're trying to find where you can find, like, camera feeds, it would be an observation roll.
Okay. All right. I got 2 6s on that, no ones.
Okay. So you do a quick sweep of the bridge again, just to see if you can figure out where any of that information would have been, and quickly realize that any type of surveillance feed or anything of that nature would have been displayed on the ruined hollow table.
Okay. That being the case, I'm going to turn to both of them and look at Lyra. Do you think that you maybe pick something up enough to where you could try to get something going on that?
I can certainly try, Captain.
I think Davis is going to rush over to Pilot Station 1 and is going to sit down and see if he can pull up like flight nav chart or pull up any record of the flight path or anything like that he can, like, things that he would know to do from just piloting. Everything else, though, it's a little out of his league. And
so that Pilot Station, well, actually, you wouldn't have known this, but as you come into the bridge, you can see that Pilot Station 1 is completely destroyed, and it looks like somebody took an axe to it, because the axe is still in the station itself.
He'll see that, and he'll just go, what the fuck is going on?
Pilot Station 2, however, is still apparently untouched, but now that you guys are seeing the power coming back on, you see that it is not turning on of its own accord.
He is gonna kind of move over to Pilot Station 1 and is going to pull the axe out of the station and just kind of look at it and go, yeah, that'll be useful. And we'll then kind of move over to Pilot Station 2 to see if he can figure out a means to get it going.
Okay.
He's a pilot and would probably know how to at least hotwire a station. Maybe not an engine, but a pilot station, I would think.
And awesome. While they're kind of doing their thing, she's going to just say in general, I know both of you discovered corpses. Any of them have a key card by any chance?
Oh, you mean like this one?
We can't access this. That one exactly, I think. I'm going to
hold up the key card that was
take it from him.
Yep. And he'll just be like, that's why you love me.
Yeah. And she's just going to, I guess, go over and try to see if that one works.
Okay. And what are you doing, Lyra?
I mean, I'm doing whatever I can to see if I can, let's see, get any of this information, get anything working. I'm just trying to follow the captain's orders.
Gotcha. So, from what you can tell, your best use of your efforts is probably actually going to be helping out Davis, because the amount of damage that Pilot Station 1 has is only to the actual interface of it. You don't see any damage to what you know would be where all of the actual working parts are. And the two of you, I'll tell you without making any kind of roll, putting your heads together, figure that you actually might be able to salvage some of the parts from Pilot Station 1 and move them to Pilot Station 2 to get it back up and running, to like reconnect the power and things like that.
Okay.
It will take you a little bit of time. I don't think it's going to be a quick fix in terms of game mechanics. It's going to be one shift worth of work.
Okay. Let's get to it.
Yeah, I mean, Lance will follow Lyra's lead since, she is the mechanic, but will, put in his expertise as far as the, understanding how a pilot station functions.
Yep. All right, so I'm going to want one roll here. It's going to take one shift to work, but what you're going to be able to best accomplish this as is Davis. If you can roll me you don't have that. Actually, I need to have Lyra roll that. Okay, Lyra, you are going to roll a Comtech roll.
Okay.
So that is wits, I believe, in Comtech. I think that's the appropriate attribute. Okay. Plus your stress, and add 2 dice since Davis is helping you.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, I got 2 6s, but I got a 1 on a stress die.
Okay. The dice are not in your favor tonight. Lyra, please go ahead and roll me another panic roll.
Ooh, so I rolled a 2 with my 3 stress. That's 5.
All right. So the good news is that you actually managed to keep it together. The bad news is that you are not going to be able to salvage these parts.
I think they're too damaged.
He'll kind of like look at Lyra and say, "Hey, I know that we're like, this is fucked. Like, we're fucked. Like, this is like the most fucked we've ever been. But you know what? I need you to be on the absolute best game that you have ever been on. So, here." And he's gonna pull out and he's gonna put the last napper leaf in her hand, and he's gonna look at her and go, "Take this right now. Don't ask, just do it."
All right. Well, I guess I'll trust you. She'll take it.
I hear this. I'm just gonna glance over.
All right. So, you can just use this kind of like a EpiPen. You just jab yourself in the leg with it through your spacesuit and inject it, and the stress that was in your body, feel the tension in your muscles just relax completely. You can remove all of your stress dice.
Oh boy.
Your panic also ends, so that tremble goes away. Your agility rolls are no longer at a -2 penalty.
Okay. I feel a lot better. Whatever this is.
As it starts to take effect, he just like, good, because if you're not on your best game and your hands are shaking when you're trying to fix this thing to get us the fuck out of here, we're dead.
All right.
Got a point.
Revel in it. Let's get the hell off of this fucking strap.
That sounds mighty good.
And Captain Miller, the key does fit in the captain's chair here, and you hear this ship's mother say, "Manual override initiated. Please state the name of the commanding officer of the USCSS Cronus in charge."
So I don't know the actual.
You get the impression that it's asking for the person that's used the key.
Yeah, that do I? I don't know who that is. Do I? Can I make a roll to see what it is?
No, for you. I'm sorry. I apologize.
For me, okay,
yeah.
got you. Okay.
You initiated the manual override, so it's saying
okay.
You're now the one in control.
Okay, good. That works. Then yeah, I will just say Captain Vanessa Miller.
Acknowledged. Thank you, Captain Miller. And yes, what were you going to do after that?
No, go ahead. I was just going to see if I could access the ship logs.
Let me take a look here and see if there's anything that is salvageable. Yes, you can do that if you make a Comtech roll.
Okay.
I don't think you have that skill, so that's just going to be wits and your stress.
Okay. I got a 6, and my stress die was a 1.
All right. So what I need you to do is roll me a panic roll. You're going to roll 1 stress die and add the total number of your stress to that result.
I didn't get a 1 on that. Just got a 5, so that would be 6 total.
6 total. You're only at 1 stress, right?
Yeah.
Okay. With a 6, you managed to keep it together, so no panic ensues for you. However, you have to take an extensively long amount of time to operate these captain's logs. You are not familiar with this ship and its mainframe and database at all. So we're going to say that it takes you the same amount of time, 1 shift, as it takes Lyra and Davis to first fail at trying to repair the piloting station. Meanwhile, Mr. Wilson, you are in Cryo 3. Time is passing while you are here as the rest of your ship's crew is trying to salvage things on the bridge. So what are you doing?
How are the chambers looking? Like, are they starting to defrost? Like,
very much so. In fact, you feel that within probably 10 or 15 minutes, all of them should be deactivated and ready to disengage cryosleep.
Okay. I am going to realize and remember that through Cryo 3 is effectively Junction 2.
Mm-hmm.
So effectively there's no point of me doing anything else other than waiting.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll poke my head out to the junction just south of the air scrubber shaft, and I'll look left, I'll look right, just to make sure there's nothing outside here, because there's things on this ship and they're dangerous. So I will look around just to see if anything's there. If nothing's there, I poke my head back inside and I close the door to Cryo and I wait.
Do you relock it?
Yeah, when I see that there's nothing out there, I lock myself back in.
Okay. And you do a cursory glance here, looking down the hallway. The lights have come back on, so there is no doubt in your mind that you do not see anything as you close the door and lock it back. Now, you do know that in Cryo 3, it appears there are 5 of the ship's crew still in cryo.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, give me 1 second here. However, this chamber in total has 8 cryopods in it, one for kind of each side of the room. And in 2 of these 8 chambers, you actually see crew members that their corpses are desiccated. They appear to be mummified, as their cryo chambers did not engage fully whenever they were put in. So the decades of the dry air has effectively mummified the corpses.
Fantastic. So out of 8, 2 are desiccated. So 6 in total are still just coming out of cryo right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I immediately get on the comms and say, Captain, crew, I wanted to let you know that there are 8 cryopods up here deactivating, 2 of which unfortunately did not properly engage whenever they began their cryostasis. They are mummified and no longer viable. I will wait here probably about 10 to 15 minutes for these people to come out of cryostasis, and we will make our way down once everyone is clear and they've regained their composure and no longer have Bambi legs.
He doesn't say a word.
And do Lyra or Davis, engrossed in their attempt to repair the pilot station, say anything?
Lyra doesn't.
I think Davis will just kind of, as he's going, just like almost nonchalantly, just kind of, it's like, yeah, cool. Like not like almost like passively just agreeing to it as he's like messing with something.
Gotcha. All right. And so, like I mentioned, about 15 minutes go by whenever the revelation for Lyra and Davis not being able to salvage all the parts, the nap relief is administered, and you need to start. I'm going to allow a second attempt here just because of the nap relief. So you're going to roll this time your heavy machinery. So that's
heavy machinery.
Strength and heavy machinery.
Ooh. Okay.
That is a good pool for you.
Yeah, it is. All right. You have to be kidding me. That is... hang on.
No 6s again?
I'm gonna push.
Okay.
I'm gonna push.
You can do that. So you increase your stress level by 1, and you can re-roll any number of dice that were not 6s, including your new stress die.
Stress die. All right, let's do that.
Come on, 9 dice.
Oh my god. Okay, I got 3 successes, but you know what else I got? I got a 1 on that damn stress die. That 1 stress die.
All right.
Now here's a question.
In jail.
I feel that is where I should go. I have a question because I have this true grit that lets me push any skill roll based on strength twice. Can I still do that with a 1 on a stress die?
Considering that you are currently under the effects of this drug, I will allow you to do so. Normally, you would not be able to since it was a panic roll, but you're less worried about panicking right now and doing what the captain told you to do.
Okay.
So you can re-roll any of those that were not 6s. You do have to re-roll at least the stress die, so it's not a 1.
Okay, there we go. I got 4 successes and 0 ones on any stress die.
Good job. So 4 successes does allow you to do some stunts, which we will do here.
Do a couple cartwheels.
Back handspring.
Look at me go. Okay, now I'll fix things.
All right, so I will tell you a couple of things that you do here. First and foremost, you get the hang of this kind of repair. You know, you've done it before on your ship, but this is a different ship. So in the future, if you need to repair any of the systems with a heavy machinery roll that are related to bridge functions on this ship, you will not need to roll. You will automatically succeed.
Sweet.
Second, you do this quickly. So instead of it taking you 15 minutes, it only takes you about 6 or 7. And third, you do manage to show off a little bit. So how does Lyra show off as she has to, you know, force herself to complete these repairs properly?
She switches into really fast, like Sherlock mode, where she sits there for a second, and then she starts picking up various different things. And she goes, okay, I've got it. If I just take this piece, then I connect it here, and then I wrap this copper wire. And she just starts talking. I mean, can't tell if it's an app relief or what, but she's going very fast, moving things very quickly and just putting them right in their place. And then whenever she's done, she goes, I think that should do it. Except she said it all with her accent.
All right. And so, Captain Miller, like I mentioned to you, it takes you just about the amount of time that it takes for Lyra and Davis to finish to manage to pull up these logs. And I want to give you that information here shortly, just because I want to go back to Wilson. Because Wilson, the ship's crew is awoken. Each of the cryo chambers have indicated that they have completed their awakening cycle, and they're each labeled. So currently what you have is the ship's XO, which is second commanding officer, and his name is Johns. Sergeant Reed, which is the ship's chief security officer. 2 doctors, a Dr. Cooper, who is the ship's, I want to tell you exactly what he is. I believe he's the chief research officer, but I got to double check for you here. The correct designation is the chief scientist. So Dr. Cooper is the ship's chief scientist. Dr. Flynn is the ship's chief medical officer. And Ms. Clayton, who is the ship's corporate representative for Weyland-Yutani.
Okay.
Just to give you a brief physical description of all of these as well. Officer Johns, second officer of the Cronus, is a late 40s gentleman with a full mustache, soul patch, goatee kind of going on, with shaggy, medium-length brown hair. Sergeant Reed, and he is Caucasian. Sergeant Reed is a African-American woman with short, medium hair that appears to be well kept. Her face is a little bit more round than the officer, but it is very apparent that she works out, I should say. Her body is very much that of somebody you would expect to have been in the military. And again, these are all like in just cryo undergarments. So she appears to be in her early 30s. The ship's Chief Medical Officer Dr. Flynn appears to be in his late 20s. He is an Asian American man with a thin mustache and very kind of wiry features with short brown hair. Dr. Cooper, the chief scientist, appears to be the oldest out of the remaining crew, probably in his 50s. He has salt and pepper, medium-length hair, again with the same kind of facial hair structure as the second officer, brown with flecks of white and gray in it. And Ms. Clayton appears to be in her 40s. She is a tall and lithe woman with short blonde hair that is very obviously dyed because her eyebrows are brown. And so the cryo chambers themselves don't disengage automatically. They just kind of give like a sensor reading of when they are ready to be disengaged. Is there any particular order that you open these up?
Oh boy. The dickhead in me wants to pull out the corporate rep and throw her out the airlock because there can only be one. No. What's gonna happen here is John's gonna open up the cryo chamber for Dr. Cooper first.
Okay. And what is your intention with opening the chamber for Dr. Cooper first?
I am going to open up the chamber for Dr. Cooper, and I'm going to see how quickly he wakes up.
All right. So for the purpose of just kind of making sure that all of these people coming out of cryo are kind of suffering from the same conditions. They've been in cryo sleep for 70 years, and that takes a toll on somebody's body. So they all kind of come out of it, and they're waking up, but it appears that they are very much so disoriented, dehydrated, fatigued. Dr. Cooper, for one, like almost immediately starts dry heaving, obviously because there's nothing in his stomach. He is not really vomiting anything up, but he kind of gives you this bewildered look since you're paying attention to him first, and is just like, who are you? What's going on?
Welcome back to existence. My name is John J. Wilson, Wayland-Yutani corporate representative, and I'm here to ask you a question, Doctor. If you can tell me, what's happened here? What happened last time you before you went to cryostasis?
What cryostasis? And he kind of like looks around the room and sees the others starting to awaken, and he's holding his stomach and like puts his hands on his head and he's rubbing his temples. He's like, God, the mother of all migraines, what in the holy hell is going on? I'm so sorry, Mr. Wilson. How long have we been under?
About 7 decades, Dr. Cooper. You and your crew went AWOL, and me and my crew have managed to find you, and have decided that it's best to try and bring you back to speed. But there's something strange here on your ship that want to bring to your attention. Apparently, there have been some unfortunate situations. There have been some.
Dr. Flynn actually cuts you off as you're kind of going through your explanation. And why I say cut you off, he less cuts you off with words and more cuts you off with the sound of smacking onto the floor as he climbs out of his chamber. Oh, shit. And he looks up at you. Did you say 70 years?
Yes, 7 decades, indeed. 7-0, definitely. And I go down and I try to pick him. I gently try to bring him back to his feet.
Yeah, and he definitely like takes your support. He's wobbly, like obviously, like this man is like standing up like a fawn that was just born, and braces himself up against the cryo chamber as the second officer and all the rest of the people in here are waking up. The only one that doesn't really seem to be struggling so much is actually Ms. And I already forgot her name, Miss Clayton. So she definitely still has, the same dehydration and everything. But she like sits up really slowly from the cryo chamber. You can see like the trembling of her body as her muscles are like remembering how to work. And she's doing a little bit of the dry heaving too, but she like swings her legs out, slowly stands up, bracing herself against the edge, and like does like a slow squat, braces herself up against the wall, and like pulls her leg up and stretches. She's just limbering up pretty much. She seems to be panicking a little bit less. So take that as you will. And then you still have the storm rifle on you?
Strapped, yeah. I've now got it like around like the strap on my front, and the actual gun is like on my back, diagonal.
You feel something grab the gun, like take hold of it, and as you turn, you see Sergeant Reed. Listen here, you son of a bitch. I don't care who the fuck you are or why the fuck you're on my ship, but give me my goddamn gun back right now.
I take my service pistol and it goes right up under his chin. I just want to let you know that without me, you sit here for another 3, 4, 5 decades until your entire ship is destroyed in a meteor shower. And I look back at his like ranking, which would probably be on like his vest or shirt.
Hers, by the way.
Hers, excuse me.
Yeah. She doesn't have anything apparent because, like I said, they're in pretty much like underwear. So
yeah. So I've got it just tucked under her chin, and I just go, I would prefer if you just paid me a little respect. And I would be more than happy to discuss what's going on with this ship so that none of my crew suffer any further fates. So if you could please just, and I cock back the hammer on the service pistol and just push it a little bit deeper, like under her chin.
Go ahead and give me a manipulation roll, please.
Yeah, sure.
Empathy and manipulation.
Yep. That's 2 successes.
All right, so let me tell you what kind of stunts you can pull here with manipulation.
2 successes on 8 dice. I was hoping for something like that.
Listen, man, the D6s speak. All right.
Dice know the story. That's what's up.
They do. All right, so I will tell you exactly what happens here. Sergeant Reed does, in fact, like, take her hand off of the gun, Like, holds up her hands. All right. Calm down there, cowboy. Look, I didn't realize that all of you Weyland-Yutani folks had the balls on you to hold a gun to a military official. But you're all right. And she takes a step back.
I'm just gonna ask you ever so nicely to hold on to that and potentially tell my captain exactly how you feel, because for some reason she doesn't feel the same way. I can't understand it. So does anybody here remember for the life of them why the heck y'all went into cryostasis and why there are some damages to the ship?
You actually hear the second officer clear his throat as he has gotten out. Listen, Mr. Wilson, respectfully, and he's looking at your gun as he says respectfully, you're on board my ship. We've just woken up from cryo, and everything is foggy for me right now. So I am sure that all of my crew, as he looks over at the chamber with one of the desiccated corpses that you can safely assume was the captain, all of my crew are in the same situation. So before we go throwing insults, brandishing weapons, and threatening each other any further, could you please have the humanity to allow Dr. Flynn here to perform the necessary steps of medical aid that are required for somebody that's been in an extended period of cryosleep, get some hydration pills in us, maybe a little bit to eat, maybe that'll bring that mind fog away, and then I, as the ship's commanding officer, will be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have as soon as it comes back to me.
I think that's something we can talk over. And he points the service pistol to the south where the door is to junction A2, while we head down to the next level. We go to deck B. Pretty sure that we could find whatever medical requirements that you might need. I know that there are some suits down there that you should be able to grab. Also, just so you know, they're Mr. Johns and the Johns. That's great. But listen, you are now outranked on this ship, and I will have you know that Captain Vanessa Miller is now the captain of the USCSS Cronus. And if you have any questions, and I hit the comms for this, if you have any questions, Second Commanding Officer Johns, about what happens on this ship, you can speak to Captain Miller, and she herself will tell you exactly what you're going to do. So why don't we head down to Deck B, where you and your crew can get whatever it is that you need, and then we are going to meet the captain and figure out how to avoid any more mess. Does that make sense? Have I come in clear? And I let my hand off the comms at this point.
All right. And so there's not a lot of conversation beyond that. He actually seems to nod and agree. Like, you get this vibe from this guy that he's like happy that there is an acting captain on this ship and he doesn't have to make the hard calls. You pass through the examination room, which you hadn't been in before, and it is a complete mess, like just totally wrecked. It looks like somebody went through here and they were like ransacking the place looking for something. All the drawers are pulled out. Like every medical instrument that was in here is taken out, scattered on the floor. There are 2 personal med kits in here, which Dr. Flynn very quickly grabs, and you guys head down to B deck to the med lab. And this all happens in the time span of that 7 to 8 minutes that it takes Lyra and Davis to repair the pilot station. So, just as that is ending, Captain Miller and the rest of the crew, you hear these comms that had come over from Mr. Wilson that he's going to be taking the crew of the Cronus to the med lab. What are your plans?
As soon as I hear that, I'm going to look at Lyra and Davis and tell them that I want you both to stay in here. Do what you can. Don't open this door for anybody but me. I will meet them. Understood?
Understood, Captain.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Lance, come here. Let me have a word with you for just a moment. And I'm going to pull him to the side, kind of over next to the door. And I'm going to just tell him that they put a synthetic being on my ship, despite my request for them not to. Now, I trust you, and I trust you with Lyra, but I don't trust Wilson. And I don't know anything about these people that are just waking up. And with everything that you have seen, you and Lyra have seen on the ship so far, the last thing that I want are any of them making one step on this bridge.
Yeah, but the last thing I want is you going out there by yourself.
I will be fine. I need you to sort this mess out in here. Because the way it sounded earlier, this might be our best chance at the moment. Okay?
I'll do what I can. Just promise me something.
What?
Be careful.
Of course.
All right.
And you? No more pills. And she's going to open the door and walk out and close it behind her.
All right. So, really quick, just to give Lyra and Davis a kind of direction for what they need to do. There are a couple things still on the deck that you reasonably could work on fixing. The holographic display table is unsalvageable. It is very easy to tell that somebody completely burnt that fire, or burnt that thing with a fire. It's not going to be operational ever again, unless you get to a space station, and it's going to be really expensive. There is also a sensor station and a life support monitoring station that can be worked on. The sensor station is not currently working, but it looks as though it can be repaired. The life support monitors, however, are operational now that the power is back on. So, what's getting tackled first?
What needs to happen for life support? Anything?
It is turning back on, so truth be told, it would just be you guys just looking at the information that's on there and trying to figure out anything that needs to be done on the ship to make the air breathable, whatever have you.
I think, Lyra, I think we should prioritize being able to breathe. So let's check out this and see what's going on with this system. And she would go over there.
I imagine that whoever the crew of the Cronus is not wearing their flight suits, so I imagine that it's only a matter of time before they suffocate to death.
Good point. Yeah.
All right. So in the amount of time that it takes you guys to determine all of the things that are on the life support monitor, you go over to the monitor and it flashes red before it pulls up the display. Obviously, as you guys had expected, the carbon dioxide content in the ship's recycled air is high. And it appears, from what you can tell, the carbon filters in the oxygen generation system have to be replaced. Although it is back up and running and power is flowing to it, the amount of time that the filters have been accruing all of the nastiness that's on this ship, they have to be replaced for the oxygen to be restored.
And I assume that would have to be done somewhere not on the bridge.
Correct. So, that being said, you find that information. We will go to Wilson and Miller as they join our crew, the Cronus's crew, in the med lab. Now, neither of the two of you have been in the med lab yet. So again, just a quick recap of what the med lab looks like. The med lab has 3 floor-to-ceiling specimen containers that are in like half-inch thick glass with liquid floating in them. 2 of them have some kind of creature in them. It's the same. It's kind of like a grayish mottled skin. It's about the size of a medium-sized dog, but it does not look like a dog whatsoever. Its bones are very much pronounced. It has longer fingers. The joints on its knees are facing in the wrong direction. It has a thin tail, and its head is a little bit elongated. So there are 2 of those floating in those large specimen jars. Otherwise, the lab itself is clear as you come in, and there are 2 of the Pauling med pods to the south. So, Captain Miller, you and Wilson meet up with the rest of the Cronus crew in the med lab.
Captain Miller, I would like to introduce your extended crew while you're taking over the captaining of the Cronus. I'd like to introduce you to Second Commanding Officer Johns. I'd like you to introduce you here to Sergeant Reed. This is Dr. Cooper, Dr. Flynn, and Ms. Clayton, an additional representative of Weyland-Yutani. And when he says that, like, you can see the strain in his face as he says it, because again, he doesn't like the fact that he's not the only one on the ship representing Weyland-Yutani.
Fantastic. So she's going to look at them all, and she's just going to say, who wants to tell me what the hell's going on?
So several things are happening at once here. First and foremost, Ms. Clayton is just looking through drawers and things like that. It's like she's searching for something. Dr. Cooper, as well as Second Commanding Officer Johns, are on the examination tables, as Dr. Flynn is very quickly just doing checks for them. He pulls out a stethoscope, the regular medical examination, to make sure that there's no fluid in their lungs or anything of that sort. Sergeant Reed is standing by the door, still in her undergarments, and appears to be keeping watch. She has taken the threat of something aboard the ship very strongly, even though she has no weapon currently. Although she does look like she could take both of you on in a fist fight at the same time. And after just a few minutes, Dr. Flynn finishes up with Johns first. He just shakes his head. As a pleasure to meet you, Captain Miller, and thank you for taking command of the ship. Unfortunately, I think, well, I don't think, our late captain did not make it through the cryo sleep. As I mentioned to Mr. Wilson here, I think the effects of the cryo sleep are causing quite a bit of amnesia within most of the crew. So I can recall vague details of what happened just before we were put into cryo sleep. However, I'm trying to recall just what it is our mission was here, and it's like a black spot in my memory. So I fully apologize and hope that this will cure itself with time.
Convenient. And she's gonna look over to Clayton. That's the other corporate agent. Okay. And she's just going to walk over to Clayton. What are you looking for?
She straightens herself out, and even just standing there in her underwear, she carries herself like someone who is very much confident in themselves and like doesn't take shit from anyone. Well, nice to meet you too, Captain Miller. Anyway, I'm searching for some of the stress pain relief medications that I know should be aboard this ship. However, as you can see, and she points to like 4 different drawers that she's pulled out, it appears that all of our medicine is gone.
Yes. It seems that there's been a lot of distressing things happening aboard this ship in the past 70 years. And I'm wondering if by some chance you might recall what you were supposed to be doing here. What exactly were you overseeing? In short, what was the mission of this vessel? Now, I know that they apparently don't remember, but I'm hoping that you do. Or maybe you have notes of some sort around that could shed some light on the situation.
Well, Captain Miller, quite frankly...
Otherwise, I have no use for you.
I understand. And as I
lock eyes with Clayton, and I just kind of like throw my hands up.
As I'm sure you know, my job here aboard the Cronus is similar to Mr. Wilson aboard your ship. I'm here to represent the interests of the Weyland-Yutani Corporation. And as I'm also sure that you know, there are certain things that I am not at liberty to discuss, circumstances notwithstanding, of course, as I'm very appreciative that you have, well, effectively rescued us. However, before I'm able to fully disclose what information I have, as far as I have been able to recall, I must first contact the Weyland-Yutani Corporation to ensure that I am, shall we say, being compliant in their desires.
Negative. I need you to understand right now that you are a third-rate objective for our mission. It is not my responsibility to necessarily make sure that you survive. I've mostly secured the first 2. So I need you to tell me the truth about what's going on this ship. Otherwise, there's a really high chance that none of you may make the cut. I mean, I'm not sure if Wilson back there has told you, but there are other presence on this ship that are a bit hostile, and I would like to be briefed on that matter now.
She does stand a little bit taller than you. She is above average height for a woman, for sure. And she has this just really kind of unsettling smile that what you're telling her, it just doesn't bother her in the slightest. And she starts to say something, and it just, her entire kind of vibe tells you that she's about to, you know, give you a clap back or something like that. But your attention is drawn to a different portion of the med lab as Flynn is like trying to console Dr. Cooper, who has been complaining about a headache all through this time and a migraine as it's gotten apparently worse, and with no type of medication to absolve that. It's very obvious that that's the case. And there's just this loud, oh God, it's like my head is going to explode. And Dr. Flynn is just like, listen, Dr. Cooper, calm down. I'm sure it's just an after effect of the cryo sleep. I promise everything's going to be all right. It'll pass. And so, Wilson, you and Miller, as well as everybody else in the room, kind of just turn your attention to there as this is going on. And something very strange happens as Dr. Flynn goes to search through some of the other drawers that Clayton has not searched through, looking for some kind of anything to relieve his pain. And you see that Dr. Cooper has started to bleed from some of his orifices. Specifically, there's such a slow trickle of blood seeping out of his nose and ears. He starts to shake, kind of convulse a little bit, and you can see his eyes roll up into the back of his head as they start to bleed as well. And his body starts to writhe and convulse as it leans back against the wall behind him. And Flynn is like, somebody hold him down. Hold him down.
Not a problem.
He's having a seizure.
I pull up the service pistol and pop. Just no questions.
Oh.
I'm going to
all right.
Kind of get closer to, I'm going to make my way towards the door to, because I feel like there might be contaminated with some shit.
Okay.
That's not good.
So
I'm still wearing my suit. I'm good. I need to get the fuck away from them.
A couple of things then, if you would, Agent Wilson, please give me a ranged combat roll. So that's your agility plus ranged combat, and your service pistol is what you're using, right?
Yep.
You add 2 dice to that roll.
I do, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 2 more. No successes.
No successes. Oh Lord, what part of the ship are you on?
B2, right?
Okay, thankfully you are not anywhere near the hull of the ship. Yeah. You know what? You've been calm, cool, and collected, and just you're still trying to put that front on as you just turn and you're like, I gotta do it. I gotta end this guy. I don't know what the hell's going on with him. And just the sight of the blood pouring out over his face, him shaking his mouth, starting to foam, it gives you the tiniest amount of pause. And you fire and just barely miss his neck, and it goes into the wall behind him, almost hitting Flynn, who yelps, and unfortunately your shot misses. But Johns and Reed have rushed forward and are trying to hold him down, but in the depths of his seizure, he flails about at everything and everyone, lashing out. With a sickening pop and a bloody splash, his eyeball launches from his face and smacks into you Wilson, and then bounces to the floor, rolling underneath a desk. Both of you, even you, Captain Miller, as you're, going towards the door, pause just for a moment to figure out what in the hell is going on. You see from his eye socket a slender, gore-covered arm pushes its way out.
Out the door.
It reaches around and tugs at his mouth, trying to pull it open. As spindly white fingers yank his teeth back into his mouth, Dr. Cooper does not scream. It's clear that he is not in his own head anymore. Something else is, and it wants out. Flesh tears and tendons snap as a thing inside his splintering skull pulls his face open right as his jawline. Finally, there's a thick gurgling sound that wells up inside Cooper as his head is torn from his body, his neck gushing as whatever was inside him plops to the floor in a burst of blood. Sergeant Reed, looking down at the ground, yells out, "Kill it! Kill it now!" And the translucent white thing on the floor sloughs off its placenta, struggling to stand on all four wobbly fawn-like legs, shaking brain matter from its spiky hide. The bloodburster turns its bulbous, eyeless head towards you, Wilson, and crouches. And
I shoot again.
Where we're going to draw initiative.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot again for sure.
Oh, shit.
All right. And so, with the tradition of Alien, I will draw for you first, Wilson, because it appears that this thing is focused on you. So if you would please write down your initiative count at 5.
Initiative 5, got it.
Then I will draw for the monster. Sorry.
So there, the red wire goes here, the blue wire goes here, and I twist. Is that what?
Then you use the zip tie to keep it all together.
Little duct tape here, right?
Duct tape.
And then I will draw for Captain Miller.
You should be the mechanic.
Captain Miller, you are on 6.
Good to know.
And the crew of the Cronus actually acts first on 1.
Wow.
So a few things happen first. The crew of the Cronus goes first. Clayton, but you guys aren't really paying attention to her too much because, you just saw everything that I described. Calmly walks behind one of the desks and doesn't hide, but she crouches down and is watching what is happening. Very interested. Johns appears, you can see him, by the way, Wilson, because he was one of the ones holding down Dr. Cooper, is looking on in shock. Oh, has my audio been gone? Oh, no. Okay.
No, there it is. You're good.
Okay. Sorry, I saw a message in the chat. So you see Johns just looking on in shock and shaking his head. Almost like he's seen this before and knew what to expect. Dr. Flynn is very much so not doing well. He is curled up in a fetal position up against the wall. Appears to have wet himself. You can see the wetness underneath him. And Sergeant Reed is looking around for a weapon and not finding one. With that, the monster actually acts first. It goes on 2. So the first thing that this thing is going to do is... All right. It like shakily is getting up. Obviously, you can tell like this thing was just born. It's not like fully able to move around at this point. So it like stretches and its back kind of arches and bristles almost like you would see like a cat whenever it's scared, and it hisses at you, Mr. Wilson. So that brings us around to you. And you said you're taking a shot at it, right?
Yeah, I am going to take a shot at it. I actually, at this point, Wilson can do this. I cannot. He puts his fingers in his mouth and gives a sharp whistle to read and to get her attention. I toss her the service pistol so that she can have that. I pull around the storm rifle and aim it at this thing. And I in this like John Wilson has given this air of confidence, of flamboyance, and very, big kind of personality. And in this very low sort of like just from the gut sort of voice, pulls up the storm rifle and goes, "Captain, now." And he just kind of like, as he fires, after he fires, he holds his hand out because he's expecting that mag at this point.
All right. Go ahead and give me your ranged combat roll with a bonus of 1.
It's 5, so 6 total. God, come on. 1 success.
1 success. All right. So this thing is not attempting to dodge you. However, it does have an armor rating. I know your weapon is armor piercing, so it rolls half. And you see the 3 rounds that are actually chambered in here fire out of the storm rifle, and they both land into this thing, but for how small and frail it is, it actually does not pierce its skin. So you know that even as a newborn, this thing's skin is tough.
Yeah, so now after he's fired, he's got his hand out waiting for the captain to put that mag into it so he can load up and shoot again.
All right, and that brings us to the monster's second turn, as it is going to actually it looks at you, and it looks, I would say you can tell that even as an animal, it is annoyed by the fact that it's like getting shot with a paintball, right? It's not going to kill you, but it hurt a lot.
Yeah.
And it snarls and looks around, and with speed of nothing that you have seen before. Like if you were to imagine how fast a roadrunner can go from 0 to nothing, that's about how fast this thing runs. And it jumps into the ventilation shaft on the west side of the room and is gone. And that is the perfect opportunity for us to go ahead and take our break as we come back to what is happening after this. So we'll be back here in 5 to 10 minutes. Please, everybody, make sure that you hydrate and stretch, and we will see you shortly.
I'm like a falling star, I burn alone. I've got a heart without a home. Underneath this empty sky, just waiting for a sign. And it seems to me that gravity has got its hold on me, but I'm about to break free. Mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness in. across the galaxy is where our dreams would be. And it seems to me astrology has got its plans for me. I just gotta believe. Oh, mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Oh, mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Darkness, darkness, into the light. Help me, help me. Mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Oh, mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Falling star, I burn alone. Got a heart without a home.
A glass cannon is a character that can put out obscene damage very quickly, but is also incredibly frail. I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon, You don't even want a dose of the smoke, so I'm recommending that you never try to provoke. A glass cannon, I'm a glass cannon. If your objective is blatant confrontation and you haters have greatly underestimated my station, I dominate with divination, I conquer with conjuration, I'm bonkers with evocation, I'm astonishing at abjuration, patiently waiting for my invitation to help alleviate my already unbelievable reputation. No conversation, the brains of the operation, the pain of the population contained in a concentration of a spell slot. I got 27 in the clip, missiles emitting from my fingertips like warships. That's a handgun, damn son, shooting from the hip. Only one using telekinesis to get a grip. Cantrips waiting to be cast off. Prismatic wall, make them all blast off. Cackling my ass off, incapacitating them with laughter. Yazzik ain't the caster you wanna go after. I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon. You don't even want a dose of the smoke, so I'm recommending that you never try to provoke. A glass cannon, I'm a glass cannon. Anyone wanting to interfere here can get weird and witness your worst fears in a 30-foot sphere. I don't care if you're a barbarian or a cavalier. Kick it into high gear, let me make myself clear. The pioneer, I can make your peers disappear. Send them to the ethereal plane as if they were never here. Cheers roaring in my ears, dearly revered. I'm happy to domineer any volunteers. Sincerely out of control, top of the totem pole. My cone of cold is freezing them fire trolls whole. I got the strap, just looking to trap souls. I've been snapping my firebolt, leaving smoldering holes. It's incredibly difficult not to acknowledge me. I am a prodigy, you'll read about me in your mythology. No apologies, I'm impossible to demolish. Consider this admonishing, second guessing my polish, you bitch.
I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon. You don't even want a dose of the smoke, so I'm recommending that you never try to provoke. A glass cannon, my glass cannon. I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon.
The general strategy is to either destroy the enemy before being attacked, or to hide behind other, stronger ally units.
Who goes there? Why you dummies always coming in my bear like you want the smoke? All these wannabe heroes underprepared for the nightmare and despair that they dare to provoke. Most folk are doing their best to avoid me. Floor full of bones of the people that annoy me. Every now and then I get a couple of daredevils with the audacity to think that they can destroy me. Good luck with that, man. I got panoramic vision, meaning that I can see in any direction with precision. If it's your decision to attack, I suggest that you come back when your plans had a bit of revision to it. Notably, you should accept defeat. Consider this your last opportunity to retreat. Repeat, that was your last chance to survive. I hope that you enjoyed your time being alive.
You foolish for ignore the warning. Now you'll be dead before the morning. You should have looked over your shoulder. You're in the eye of the beholder.
I am the tyrant, get it? I've actually been told that I'm a pretty funny guy. Wait a minute, what were we discussing? I lost my train of thought. Oh, that's right, you were just about to die. How can I forget that? It's my favorite part. The only thing left to consider is where to start. In addition to magical abilities, I'm smart. I can make your demise as art. Anyway, it appears that the wizard in your party is a gnome who was worth about the same as if he would have stayed at home. I'll activate my anti-magic cone, and in a moment I'll turn him into stone. When the barbarian inevitably flies into rage, I'll disintegrate her with one of my eye rays. By the way, I haven't even begun to try. Fly by and take a bite of the fighter's thigh.
You foolish for ignore the warning. Now you'll be dead before the morning. You should have looked over your shoulder. You're in the eye of the beholder.
While the fighter attempts to collect himself, he bleeds out on the space I dismembered him in. I wouldn't waste time telling me your names. I can guarantee that nobody's ever gonna remember them. Then again, you'll be on the list of my victims at the bottom of a column of other anonymous prey. You should take a minute to reflect on the day and the last words you'll ever say. Time's up. You're the lone survivor, the last one left. And halfling rogues are admittedly deft, but you broke into my home and you've stolen my time. I'm afraid I cannot allow theft. Throw you up into the air with my telekinesis. Finger of death to obliterate you into pieces, and that's that. Wink and a tip of the hat. That was good for my practice. Thanks for the chat.
You foolish for ignore the warning. Now you'll be dead before the morning. You should have looked over your shoulder. You're in the eye of the beholder. Yeah. You foolish for ignore the warning. Now you'll be dead before the morning. You should have looked over your shoulder. You're in
Some see me as a cynic. They come in for the base, but they stay for the acidic. I've been on that paper chase, keeping pace for a minute, and I'm aiming to appreciate the moment while I'm in it. Genesis, a menace on the mic, so sinister. You might get some venom from the bites I administer. Winner from the start, superstar with the finisher. I got a decent heart, but I'm hardly a minister. A bardic apprentice, I'm innocent as a lamb. Worm like I'm Dennis, I don't dare to give a damn. Firm in the philosophy, I am who I am. I'm a carbon commodity, I need to be verified on the gram. Tightrope walking the id and the superego. Lifeboat liable to fire the torpedoes. Keeping to the credo, I'm free to achieve the dream, or at the very least I can release some of my steam. Alignment is just a part of the process, and lately I've been making some progress. I'm finding the defining the balance of good and evil in people is nearly an impossible conquest. Regardless, stay CG, only way I know how to be. When I combine my child with OTIC, an outlaw like I'm Robin H-double-O-D. I made it through the rubble, now they got trouble with me. So we're supposed to be sophisticated, then why is 67% of the population undereducated? Emotionally incapacitated, historically opinionated characters end up assassinated. And that's okay with the people faking it day to day, capitalizing on capitalism. It's pay to play, waiting for data to make it fade away. Whether you admit it, we're witnessing biological decay of the human race. We're going to a new place, I really hope it comes soon. I don't do space, two-faced, trembling bass, running the rebel base, outpacing enemies in the interface. In your face like a zygomatic arch, I got them in lockstep, meaning my melodramatic march is effective, albeit rather subjective. I encourage you to pursue a new perspective. Alignment is just a part of the process, and lately I've been making some progress. I'm finding the defining the balance of good and evil in people is nearly an impossible conquest. Regardless, stay CG, only way I know how to be. When I combine my child with OTIC, an outlaw like I'm Robin H-double-O-D. I made it through the rubble, now they got trouble with me. Since the day I was born, I've been non-conforming. I put myself in a position to make a living performing. Haters should consider this a formal warning. I've been swarming on them like a storm, I'm global warming. I'm not the one, done been through too much madness. Master the wrath and the sadness. You would need an atlas to match where I'm at. The fat cat put a nerdcore rap back on the map, that's Yazik. Weaving that underwater basket, rap till I'm wrapped in a casket. Snapping I'm back on the track like I'm Matt Foley. Stay blown like a fiberglass gasket. Gassed up, I'm a maniacal minotaur. Try to hit me with your best shot, Pat Minotaur. Try to get me on that guest spot, but I stay on the lab, and that's where I'ma be until they put me up on the slab. It's magic. Alignment is just a part of the process, and lately I've been making some progress. I'm finding the defining the balance of good and evil in people is nearly an impossible conquest. Regardless, stay CG, only way I know how to be. When I combine my child with OTIC, an outlaw like I'm Robin H-double-O-D. I made it through the rubble, now they got trouble with me. Life is short, do with it as you please. You're the only person that you ever have to appease or search your weaponry by stepping in DSDs, but you gotta know that nobody gets any guarantees. Seize opportunity, embrace your development, replacing the elements, erasing irrelevance, facing the blatant display of decay and our elegance. Merrick was a man, not an elephant. Tell him on the merit of the self-reflection, minimize any malevolent misdirection, keeping them at a downright distant disconnection, an example of natural selection. And I might be slightly erratic, ghost in the shell, I'm a light in the attic, and I'm quite the dramatic, a minute for the attention, ready to ascend and transcend dimensions. Alignment is just a part of the process, and lately I've been making some progress. I'm finding the defining the balance of good and evil in people is nearly an impossible conquest. Regardless, stay CG, only way I know how to be. When I combine my child with OTIC, an outlaw like I'm Robin H-double-O-D. I made it through the rubble, now they got trouble with me.
I'm like a falling star, I burn alone. I've got a heart without a home. Underneath this empty sky, just waiting for a sign. And it seems to me that gravity has got its.
And welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us again here on the Bard's Playhouse for our Alien RPG mini-series, Chariot of the Gods. We are knee-deep in part 2 of our series. And as a quick reminder for everyone, there are multiple content warnings for this stream, namely blood and gore, body horror, and many other different things. So this is a stream intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. Now, let's jump right back in. we are with our crew in the med bay of the USCSS Cronus. Captain Miller and Agent Wilson are with the remaining crew of the Cronus, which is now -1. However, as things go in the world, when you lose something, you usually gain something new. That something new is not always beneficial to you. There's some sort of creature that has just escaped the med bay that was born of Dr. Cooper. Dr. Flynn is sitting in a fetal position on the wall, having wet himself, crying. Second Officer Johns is still apparently in a little bit of shock, but again appears that he has seen this before. Sergeant Reed has very gladly caught this service pistol that you threw to her, Captain Wilson, and as she catches it, she like points to the ventilation chamber and almost shoots. Like, you can see her finger starting to put pressure on the trigger and then stops herself as it gets away. And Clayton is standing behind the desk that she was crouched behind. So, needless to say, the only person that talks is Sergeant Reed, and she says, "God damn fucking son of a bitch got away. Where the fuck is it going?"
Do you want to tell me what the hell that is?
No, I want to fucking kill the thing. That's what I want to do.
Well, clearly that's not gonna fucking happen right now, is it? Speak quickly. I'm losing my fucking patience as I'm handing Wilson, putting that magazine in his hand.
Oh, as it's in my hand, it's going right into storm rifle. We're getting ready, baby. That's it.
Johns just like blinks a few times and holds up his hands. And you have the sudden realization, the two of you, as you know, you're just all alert. Your senses are on fire. Every nerve is shooting. You got this adrenaline surge in your body. And it's like, you know, the world is brighter for having just witnessed what you witnessed. And you realize that the thing that you just saw come out of Dr. Cooper looks the exact same as the specimens that are in the jars.
I'm still close to the door.
Like, yeah.
Shit, sorry.
No problem. So, well, you probably like took a few steps forward to hand the magazine to Wilson, but you are the closest person to the door to get out of the med bay right now. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm still just kind of looking at that person. My eyes are gonna go to Clayton. What is Clayton doing right now?
She appears to just be standing there. She's not smiling, but she has like her arms crossed over her chest and is actually looking at Johns, waiting for who, like, as if she's expecting him to say something. And the daggers from Johns to Clayton are visible as he sighs and walks around the side of the table, putting Cooper's dead body behind him so he doesn't have to look at it. Oh. Wait. And he turns. And, like, he digs around in one of Cooper's pockets. And you guys wouldn't know what this is, but Davis would. He pulls out what appears to be a injector with a vial of black liquid screwed into the top of it. Son of a bitch. He didn't take it.
An explanation
Fuck.
would be lovely now.
Probably some form of inoculation, Captain, likely to prevent whatever just happened. Do I speak at a turn?
No, you're... He rubs the bridge of his nose and, like, sets the injector down on the examination table. No, you're right. That's exactly what it is. It's a cure to a virus that we developed on this ship. So, Captain Miller, you're correct. We do owe you an explanation, and for whatever reason, be it the shock or the adrenaline or whatever have you, things are coming back to me. I know it's convenient, but
very.
Listen, you deserve to know the whole story, and so does your crew. I'm happy to explain it just to you. But if you would like, Agent Wilson said that you have other crewmates aboard the ship. Unless you would prefer them not to be here.
Yeah, and I'm going to open the comms, like, they can hear you.
Okay. Well, as I'm sure you already know, the Cronus is a designated scientific research vessel. And we were tasked with research, cataloging, and exploration of a Weyland-Yutani world designated LV-1113. The reason we were sent out there is because some sort of structure was discovered on long-range scans, and we were sent to see what it was. Alien life, possibly. It was obviously not a naturally occurring structure. So that was our mission, to discover what was going on. Clayton just kind of looks over and says, no, it was an archaeological mission, Johns. We were there to get rubbings, find out if any sort of ancient civilization was there, and recover any types of artifacts. And again, the daggers, he just looks at her, he says, my apologies, Miss Clayton, you are correct. It was also archaeological in truth. Now, our science team did collect some of the artifacts from the structure, and he looks over to the urns that are still in here, points to them. These urns were there. However, we inadvertently brought back some sort of fungus onto the ship. We weren't sure at first if it was native to the planet or alien otherwise, so we took it upon ourselves, as was part of our mission, to study it, research and catalog, try to determine what it was. Any life on an alien planet, of course, is important and profitable to Weyland-Yutani. So our team, headed by Dr. Cooper there, began research on these spores. However, we quickly found out that the inside of these urns is a liquid that creates these spores when exposed to air. And it quickly began to, whenever inhaled, if the spores were to get into the body, would, within an hour or so, begin to make the person irritable, more violent, give them headaches, fever, cold sweats, and they would lose reason. Eventually, he points at the specimen jars. That happened. So, Dr. Cooper and Dr. Flynn, working together, developed a cure to these spores. As you can see in the injector here, it neutralizes the growths that these spores create in a person. It's effectively a tumor, from what I understand, that grows into that creature. So the cure makes this tumor, before it develops further, inert. So that is what our main purpose was here, to research these spores in fluid, and obviously, being a Weyland-Yutani planet, to bring these artifacts back to Weyland-Yutani. So Dr. Flynn kind of like sniffles at this point and looks up. He's like, sorry, Captain Miller, has any of your crew been out of their compression suits at any time while they were on this ship? Anyone, for even a minute?
Not that I recall. I haven't. As far as I know, Wilson hasn't. I'm gonna get on the comm. Either of you been out of your suit? Davis? Chambers?
No, Captain.
No, ma'am.
I look at Captain Miller at this moment. I just kind of like give her a look that just kind of says, that doesn't sound like the Davis I know.
Lance?
Ma'am?
Have you been out of your suit at all?
Nope.
I'm trusting you.
Dr. Flynn is like, okay, good, great. Because if that were the case, then I would, as the ship's chief medical officer, I would heavily recommend inoculating anyone that has been exposed to the air on the ship. We don't know if any of the spores remain. We weren't able to get any kind of half-life on them, how long they might have survived, if the cold conditions would have kept them around. Obviously, the spores remain, and it's insanely dangerous. As Johns says, it takes an hour for the effects of these spores to start. So,
okay, why can't we just go ahead and inoculate everyone then, just to be on the safe side?
Clayton actually pipes up at this point. Well, that is because it appears that the remaining 6 doses of the cure that we had stored here in the med lab are also missing, in addition to most of our medications.
Well, you have at least one extra right there.
And we are all vaccinated.
Oh, good. Then you won't mind if I take that.
By all means, Captain.
Yeah, in his snap, John grabs the injector and turns to Captain Miller. Would you like me to do the honors? I would rather you be protected.
Like Dr. Flynn almost immediately is like protesting. He stands up, like, Mr. Wilson, it is best administered intravenously through the jugular so that it circulates through the system most quickly. And no offense, you don't look like a trained medical professional. So he holds out his hand as he like takes a few steps forward. I insist.
And I look back to Captain Miller. Is that something you'd like to continue with, Captain?
Is there anyone else that can pilot this ship or my ship?
Johns is like, I roughly know how to fly a ship. Yes. Mm-hmm. I know how to fly the Cronus, for sure.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you need 2 pilots, correct?
No, actually. So, common misconception about this class of ship. It is most optimally run with 2 pilots. However, it was designed with fail-safes to allow only 1 piloting station to be operational in the event that 1 or 2, say, become dysfunctional. So we only need you if you have. I'm going to assume that someone was flying your ship to get here. So if you have a pilot on board, I can show them how to operate the ship.
Okay. And you're inoculated, correct?
Last time I checked. Yes, ma'am.
Good. Then I think that our pilot should be inoculated.
What you do with...
Either of you end up suffering a terrible fate. No one's going anywhere.
Not to undermine your authority, Captain, here. And I eyeball John's real fucking hard. You seemed to have some sort of greater understanding as to how to pilot this ship. And I sorry, I can't, just don't want to be confused here. If one were to become non-functional, is essentially what you were getting at when it comes to piloting the ship and the piloting section. Now, any like John gets right in his face and goes, I'd be remiss if I didn't, let you know that that was in fact something that has happened to this ship. Would you care to indulge me on that? And he just kind of like tilts his head, big smile.
He's nervous, obviously. Like, he doesn't back away from you, but he's obviously like, he just has really big kind of like submissive energy. Like, he doesn't like making the shots. He like shies away from authority and just does what he's told. Yes. That was part of what happened with the rest of the crew, I believe. I don't want to call it a mutiny because obviously they weren't in their right mind. We were not able to inoculate the entire crew. There were many more than just the 8 of us that were in that room, close to 25, in fact. But we lost some. It was probably one of the other crew members.
I'm curious about something. you are all aware of this situation. Did any of you by any chance figure out a way to effectively neutralize those things? Since clearly regular weaponry doesn't really cut it.
Sergeant Reed actually speaks up at this point. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, fire, most effective thing. Does the trick real quick. They don't like that shit. If I recall correctly, we also had to launch the science module off the back of the ship with 5 of them in there. And, well, if you came in from the airlock, you saw that it was pretty scuffed up. Yeah, we had to shoot one of them out of the airlock, too. Oh, and the elevator. There's one trapped in there, too. Yeah, so, I mean, fire, and obviously they have to have air to live. So, shoot them into space. They also bleed. But, unlucky shot, by the way, Mr. Wilson. They've got really tough skin. Last warning, which is going to be kind of troublesome, and why I don't recommend that you get close to them. Their bodily fluids, blood, things of that nature, highly acidic.
Fantastic. Okay. This is what we're going to do. This, I'm going to take that. I'm going to reach and grab the inoculation. And, I am going to take that and administer it to our only other pilot. All of you, feel free to do whatever it is that you need to do to get in order, your faculties in order, so that you can be an asset from here on out. If you know where any other weaponry is, flamethrower, whatever that you might have on board, because we have not checked the rest of the ship, I suggest that you all do it, groups of 2. And then meet me back right here so that we can sort out what to do next.
Flynn, or Dr. Flynn is like, Captain.
You are going with her to administer it. And he looks at Captain Miller and he goes, just for safety's sake, I trust your judgment and your capabilities of finding the right vein. I just, medical professional and all.
Fine. Not a problem. You, though, I would like you to accompany Clayton.
It sounds suitable.
Checking the rest of the ship for anything that might be useful in this situation.
Well, I mean, it does seem like Ms. Clayton here does have a fairly wide understanding as to what is where, the inventory of the ship, as it were. And if somebody as astute as her is going to be able to find anything, I'm sure she would be a great help. And these two, and he points over to the second commanding officer and Reed, they seem to be fine on their own.
Well,
agreed.
All right. Well, I know where you've been on the ship, at least, Mr. Wilson, because I know exactly where I left that rifle. So that leaves out the armory. Where else can we go? Where else can we go? You know what? I'm gonna go check my room to see if my stuff's still there. And Second Officer Johns is gonna come with me. We're gonna go to the living area.
Great. We have a plan. Fantastic. Get it done. And I'm going to turn and walk out. And as I'm walking out, I'm going to try to put just enough distance between me and the doctor so that I can use the comm and tell Wilson, don't fuck this up. And just keep going and start heading towards the bridge.
All right. And yeah, so you do head towards the bridge. We'll come back to that in just a second here. Mr. Wilson, you're paired with your fellow company woman. Do you have any particular objective in mind?
None whatsoever, actually. It is primarily, if she knows where something is, I want her to take me there. I want to like get all of the things that she thinks that we would potentially be absolutely helpful and beneficial in this point. I have the goal in mind is exactly what I was told by the captain, to not, and I quote, fuck this up.
Well, Mr. Wilson, I think I do know where a few extra supplies may be. If you would like to follow me to... Sorry, 1 second. Down to C deck.
By all means, let's go. Why don't you lead the way? I'll be right behind you.
With a gun to my back, sure.
Oh, I mean, somebody's got to protect you, and it should be me. You know, the one with the gun.
Of course. How silly of me. Unarmed. You know what? You're doing me a favor, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate it.
I'm glad. I thank you for acknowledging that. I just want to let you know I find no threat in you, so don't worry. All will be well as long as you don't decide at some point or another that you are going to get any kind of reimbursement for fucking up 7 fucking decades of this ship being out here. This is mine to claim, and let's not mistake that. Okay.
She doesn't say anything back to you. She just gives you a smile. Toothy and everything. No lips. She is like just the most god awful of fuck you and the horse you rode in on smiles.
Good. We understand each other.
All right. So while all this is happening, let's talk to our pilot and our ship's cargo handler who are on board the bridge. Let's talk about a couple of things that you find. First and foremost, you also check on the sensor station. It can be repaired with a comm-tech roll and a shift's worth of work, so it'll take another 10 to 15 minutes. That might not be the priority right at this very moment, but it is going to need to be able to be fixed in order to get the ship flight ready again. You're also able to check on a couple other diagnostics. First and foremost, you know that the engines need to be brought back online. As the reactor is working, it's now a part of getting the engines done, and they actually have physical damage. So the repairs will need to be done on the exterior of the ship on those engines via spacewalk.
Eesh.
And the air scrubbers need to be repaired from the boat. You two putting your heads together, doing those 3 things will get the ship flight ready again. It will not be in any way in optimal conditions, but it will be able to fly if you fix the comm array, the engines, and the air scrubbers.
Here's my question. If we have to go out there, why don't we just take this whole crew, take all the information, and get back on our ship? Why do they need this ship? We're risking the whole crew's lives. We're risking our lives by doing this.
I agree, but I mean, you know, what I mean, but it is. I mean, it is kind of exciting. Like, I mean, it sucks. We're fucked no matter what happens, but there's that like, all right, I've never experienced this, so it could be that like rush of adrenaline that you get that just, oh, God, this sucks. Well, I'm just trying to make the best of a shitty situation.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't feel that way. I feel like my whole family's about to die is what I feel like, and I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah. All right. Well, what should we take care of first? We've got an engine issue. We've got repairs that have to be done on the outside. Should we deal with the sensors first?
Yeah, go ahead and work on the sensors. The captain didn't have a chance to look over these logs, so I'm gonna kind of look and see if I can find any information on what the fuck happened here.
Okay.
Well, because I don't know. Honestly, I'm just gonna get in your way. Let's be honest. I mean, I can thread this beauty through the tightest of assholes, but I can't really do much to get her going.
Yeah. I'll take care of that.
All right. So,
yeah. So Lance will go over to the comm station or the mother station and kind of pick up where the captain left off.
Gotcha.
Since wasn't ever able to actually get into the logs, so he'll kind of go in and start looking into seeing if he can find anything out that kind of tells a little bit more than what was told over the comms.
Got it. First things first, the mother terminal is actually above you guys on A deck. The key that Captain Miller uses just to do an override and make herself the commanding officer of the ship, so that she could bypass all the security and things like that. I will come back to you with what you see on the ship's logs. What I will need Lyra to make is another comm tech roll in order to try to fix the sensor or the comm array.
No successes, but no ones on any stress die.
Okay. You do find out some important information as you are going through the systems check and trying to see if this is something you can do from the bridge. It is not. In fact, the actual comm array itself on the ship is damaged and needs to be realigned. So the comm array will also need physical repairs on the outside of the ship. But that takes you a little while to kind of dig through and find that information. So Davis, what you find on the ship's logs, first and foremost, is what you are able to confirm what Second Officer Johns said that you heard over the comms. You can see the ship's logs. They were at the destination was this planet LV 1113, I believe is what I said it was. Yep. Which is in the 26 Draconis star system, and everything else checks out as far as what Second Officer Johns said. He did not hide any information. There is no additional things in the ship's logs. He told you all the truth.
Got it.
All right. And that takes you guys a little while just to kind of skim through all of that information. Now, it's about at that time where Miller and Dr. Flynn come to the door of the bridge.
I'm going to get on the comm and Davis, open the bridge.
You'll kind of hear a, "Who is it?"
Really? Now you want to be funny?
You keep me around for my charm.
Open the damn bridge.
Yes, ma'am. And he'll open the bridge.
All right. And so Miller comes in with somebody you guys haven't seen before. Like I mentioned, Asian man, short brown hair, wiry mustache, in still cryo sleep underwear. Has most definitely pissed himself. And he seems to be following Captain Miller. Like a lost puppy.
Babe just looks up. So you're the one that took the axe to the other pilot station?
No. Why would I sabotage the ship?
Somebody fucking did. I don't recognize you. I'm just asking questions.
Oh,
She's just gonna put her hand up, no.
I'm Dr. Flynn, Chief.
He's going to give you an injection.
Not even my birthday.
As adorable as that is, honestly, it's great. This is serious. And just in case, there are only currently 2 pilots on board, and if one of you goes, then at least I've got you.
All right, well, Cap,
honestly, I'm rooting for you, but yes, he's got to give you an injection so that make sure you don't become one of those things that you saw earlier.
And you know exactly what he's injecting me with?
It's an inoculation to combat whatever these mushroomy spore thingies that are possibly floating around in the air. And even though, I completely believe you that you didn't take off your suit or any part of your suit or anything of that nature, better safe than sorry. So...
All right. Well, I don't really trust this fuckface.
Okay.
So, yeah. But
I guarantee I am fully qualified to administer this. There's a reason I'm the chief medical officer of the ship.
She's just going to look at him and she's going to say, by the way, I might not have given you the disclaimer, but if you fuck this up, or if this isn't what you say it is, if anything happens to this man right here, when you do this, your fate will be worse than anyone that was left aboard the ship after you guys went into cryo.
He nods. Yes, ma'am.
Will personally feed you to one of those things. Do you understand me?
Yes, I understand. Look, proof that the cure works. Okay, look, Dr. Cooper was the only one that didn't take it of the crew, and we're all fine. He was the one that, well, you saw.
All right. And Lance will just hold his hand out.
Mr. Davis, I'm gonna need you to remove your helmet.
Hold your breath, just in case.
Look, I don't...
Captain, Mr. Davis, there's no need. The cure it works. I've very much thoroughly tested this on myself. I was exposed to the spores, and after the injection, I'm fine. If
you're gonna look at,
even if you were,
look at Miller. Really?
Look, I'll level with you. If you don't want to do this, That's fine. I'm not going to force you to have some strange compound injected into you. Not gonna, that's your decision. I'm giving you the opportunity to do so if you want to. You don't have to.
So you're saying that this will cure whatever is in the air.
Supposedly.
And you're saying, Captain, that you're giving me the choice to accept it or not.
Correct.
And I must absolutely decline and demand that you, as my commanding officer, take this instead. Because let's be honest, as much as I really want to see what happens when I inject whatever the fuck this is into my system, because damn, that sounds fun.
I have
You're
a
the
question.
captain. You're
I can't pilot a ship.
and I'll be fine. I
Does
always am.
this have to be injected before any signs? How much did we hear before? Because you got the context were on for some.
Yeah,
Did
yeah,
we
and, you know, the whole explanation of like how it affected their crew, and Dr. Flynn would tell you it does have to be administered before any symptoms are displayed. If the vaccine is not administered in enough time to counteract the effects of the virus's effect on the bloodstream, it's a lot of medical mumbo jumbo, and what you need to know is that vaccines don't work after the fact.
Oh, there goes my idea.
Sorry.
While he is talking to Lyra, Davis looks to Miller and like quietly and just so that she can hear, Ness, I don't give a fuck what you say. You are taking this. You are the one who needs to survive no matter what. I will not have this shit happen. We've been through too much. I'll be fine. I always am. I always am. Look at me. I'm fine. I'm always fine. You are the captain. Nothing happens without you.
And if something happens to you, who's gonna fly the fucking ship?
Nothing will
You
happen.
can get everybody else out. If something happens to me, you still can fly. You can get
don't
everyone
care.
out. Something happens to you, and I'm here. Well, I could just give commands to everybody on how they should die properly.
Nessa, take the fucking cure.
Fine. But we're gonna see if we can find another one, and if we find another one, you're getting it. Do you understand?
That is acceptable.
Davis, that's a good point for me to ask you the question. Where is that med kit case?
It is tucked away as, it's as hidden as I can make it.
Okay, so you've got it, like, you're sitting at, like, the pilot station trying to figure things out, and it's, like, tucked away underneath it. It's, like, it's a triage kit, so it's, like, pretty good size, but, yeah. Okay. And Dr. Flynn is just looking between the two of you, Miller and Davis, holding the injector, waiting.
Does it have to be the entire amount? Like, can you half it between two people? Multiple people?
Unfortunately, no. There's a reason that we had 6 doses left. That was all we could produce. 1 per crew member.
Fine. And she will remove her helmet.
All right. And it's kind of the same thing. You, now that you're actually exposed to the air of the ship, you can feel how much harder it is to breathe. The air's heavy. You have to take shallow breaths. even for the short amount of time. And it smells horrible on this ship. Like, old and dusty, and like people have died here and been here for decades. So Dr. Flynn says, like, steps up beside you, and before he actually does it, he says, it's probably best for you to take a breath just before.
Oh, seriously?
This is not going to feel good. That's what I'm telling you. And
Fine.
3, 2, and he pushes it into your neck, and you just hear the engage of the trigger, and it does rush into your neck. And
Miller
Miller
feels Davis's hand kind of grip hers as the injection happens.
And where you injected, it feels cold. You kind of feel that it's just kind of spread and lessen as the fluid adopts your body temperature and spreads out through your blood. Dr. Flynn holds his thumb against the injection spot just for a minute, putting a good amount of pressure on it for about 30 seconds, and then takes it away. Not the most sterile environment, but beggars can't be choosers. You can leave your helmet off if you want to. You should be safe now.
I think I would rather keep it on.
Yeah, it smells really bad in here.
And if by some chance I do come across one of those things again, I at least have an extra layer of protection.
Right. At this point, I would also like everybody to go ahead and give me an air supply roll. So you're going to roll the current number of stress dice that you have, and if any of them comes up a 1, you decrease your air supply by 1.
Oh, yay.
It is a success for me. Out of 1.
What if both of mine come up as a 1?
Does that mean I need to 1. You still just lose 1.
Oh, good. I was like, oh, no.
What
I might have to take it off.
What's the roll in total? Because I don't have any stress die.
Then you roll 1.
Just roll with 1?
Mm-hmm.
And if I come up a 1, I go down 1.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it.
Finally.
Yes.
Finally.
I was hoping Wilson was the guy that's slayed by that as well. He's just the luckiest son of a bitch ever.
I would have loved to kept my air the whole way through. It would have been so funny.
All right. And so with that, we are going to go ahead and actually pan over to Mr. Wilson down on B deck with Clayton. Remind me, you guys were not the ones that explored B deck. You didn't find the locked door. That was Davis, right?
Correct.
I think
Davis found all the science lab stuff.
Right. You got it was Davis and Lyra that found the flammable oil drums. Okay, yeah, perfect.
That's correct. Yes.
Everything except for that last one that was locked with a keypad. That's the one that they didn't get to.
Yeah.
That we couldn't open.
Gotcha. So she takes you down to C deck. I'm sorry, to the storage that is on C deck, and there's a locker, which you see has a passcode in it. And she walks up to it. She hasn't stopped or anything like that, just moving with purpose. Puts in a code. And you can see as she opens up the door, this is a small room, maybe a meter squared or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
There are 24 of those same urns that were in the med lab in here. And yeah, that's that. It looks like this is like her stash or something like that. And she turns to you. Now, Mr. Wilson, I'll say this bearing very much in mind that you currently have means to end my life at your whim. I'm fully aware. Are your comms on, by the way?
He looks around at anything that could potentially be on. No. And he crosses his arms and then flicks the one to his squad specifically.
I am gonna need you to make a roll for that.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Let's make that a manipulation roll. That's the closest one that I can find.
Sure.
To you trying to lie to her.
Yeah. I'm going to push that roll because 8 dice revealed no successes.
You'll love to see it.
Okay, and then that's 3 successes on the push.
3 successes. Okay. All right. We're both here for a paycheck, Mr. Wilson. Not cutting up any words, right? So, I only need to return scientific data to Weyland-Yutani, regardless of how it gets there. So, you're concerned of if I'm going to undermine you or take any of your payout, but I promise you that the both of us have 2 very different mission objectives. So, that being said, we both work for the same company, and I would just ask that you consider that I'm not out to get you in any way, shape, or form. I just want to complete the mission that I was sent on.
I mean, that's absolutely fair. I just wanted to make it abundantly clear that you allowed this to happen, regardless of whether or not the crew had anything to do with it. You bear the weight of responsibility, as you are, in fact, the Weyland-Yutani representative. Do you know how bad this looks on me to the rest of my crew, that this is the situation that your ship is in? I'm sorry, but we need to be representatives of a very well-meaning corporation who takes care of their individuals and wants the best for them.
And what if I told you that the scientific data aboard this ship is worth more than any living person on board? And the reason why my crew was put into cryo was because Weyland-Yutani directed us to do so that the data on board would not be lost.
I understand the process. I mean, I went through the same training that you did. Why would I know any different? The situation here, Ms. Clayton, is that I am going to lead something successful, which you will not. At the end of the day, when I come home to Weyland-Yutani, you will not be walking in that office with me, because I'm going to tell them what happened here and that you allowed it to happen. Keep your crew in check, and I will make sure that we get home. Also, and he pulls the rifle up, I'd like you to get out of this room, please. Knowing what are in these urns, I would like to watch you leave this room so you do not cause another problem. And it's at this point that I like use the butt of the rifle to close the comms.
So we heard all of that?
Yep.
Captain Miller would use the comms to tell him to do what is necessary.
She does close the door and she locks it again. Just know that the most of what the corporation cares about is in this room, and I'm the only one that has the code to it. The rest of it got fucking just absolutely ruined by the sham job that the captain of this ship did. Because he decided that the people aboard this ship were more important than the job. And we both know that's not true.
It's never true. The job is what's important. Now my curiosity peaks when I realize that, you know, Wayland Yutani wants to maintain the status of the ship, and yet at the same time, you've been out here for 70 years, so if this information is so valuable, how come they didn't send anybody along sooner to come and get it? But that's not my place to question. Neither is it yours.
Of course.
We're in this situation to get this out. Now I'm going to make one more thing very clear. If you come in between me and my captain, me and my crew, I will, without hesitation, fucking kill you. I don't need a code when I land back home. They will undo the code for me. So here's the question of the hour. Are you willing to maintain this communication and understanding so that I can maintain the trust that I am trying to build with my crew? I'm sure you noticed how hostile Captain Miller can get very, very quickly.
Of course. As is the nature of our relationship with our crews. You know what? I think we're actually cut from the same cloth, Mr. Wilson. And I say that because you're quickly proving to me that you're doing exactly what I would do in your situation. So, I would like to further incentivize this cooperation between the two of us to make sure that Wayland Yutani's property is returned to it successfully, regardless of which one of us is in the office, as you say, regardless of which one of us gets the promotion or the paycheck. I can make sure that you walk away from this, well, a very rich man. You're aware of how valuable old money is in these current days.
Absolutely.
What would you say if I knew that there was a sum of no less than $1 million worth of cash, bills, aboard this ship?
I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that you also are the only one with the code to accessing that. Is that a fair assumption?
She just looks at you and she goes,
interesting as it is.
You make sure that I get off of this ship alive. I'll split it with you 60-40.
A fair deal, assuming that you manage to keep yourself alive. I will do what I need to do. There's just this one last thing. When I procured this, and he points to the rifle on his back, there happened to be some android fluid splattered on the walls in the armory. You have any information on that?
Yes, that would be the ship's synthetic, Ava. Yes. She
not a name I'm familiar with, seeing as it's not with us in the crew. So
yeah, it's very interesting, for especially if you've been on the ship for how long?
Maybe about an hour at most, maybe a little more.
If she were in proper functioning capability, I would have thought that she would have found you by now. So it is realistic that she may still be on this ship, but as she is synthetic, she was not required to go into cryo. So whatever has been happening on this ship for the last 70 years, she has been the one taking the brunt of it. Now, she could survive in these conditions very easily, but if... No, I'm not going to say if. Whenever we were put into cryo, as I'm sure you're aware, the door's locked from the inside, there were still threats aboard the ship. And as synthetics are programmed to do, the Ava took it upon herself to make sure that we would be protected. So I can only hope that she is still alive, or if she is not, she... well, they don't feel. So I was going to wish her a painless death, but synthetics don't feel pain. So...
Well, I can assure you that our synth is still capable and running. Again, unfortunately, because I don't, as you're well aware, the Weyland-Yutani Corporation does not inform us of which member of our crew is that synthetic to maintain, as little a transparency, opacity as it would be. The situation is this: Captain Miller doesn't like the fact that she is required to have a synth, required not to requested not to have a synth, and one was put on board for her regardless, as you would imagine Weyland-Yutani would do. So I can only assume this: either Captain Miller herself is as deluded of a synth as possible, that she does not know that she herself is the synth, or perhaps the other two members of our crew. Here's the thing: it's a crapshoot. I don't know who it is. Thing is, I couldn't put my finger on it because none of them behave the same anymore. I don't know, because you haven't been around for the last 7 decades. Considerable improvements have been made. You can't tell anymore.
That's good to hear. Very good. Anyway, there's one last place that we can stop that, well, quite frankly, as confident I am in myself, I don't very much like walking around the ship in my underwear. So if we could go to my quarters so I could take a shower and get a change of clothes, that would be lovely.
I would love for you to be more clothed, because the sight of you just absolutely makes me sick. So
sure, I could feel your eyes on me as the whole time we were walking, but keep fooling yourself.
I appreciate your belief that I would be in any way, shape, or form attracted to a hideous monster like yourself. But in this situation, the way that you are built is not for me. But thank you. Our pilot, though, that's a different question. So thank you very much. Let's just go.
And with that, we pan the camera away from our two Weyland-Yutani representatives back to the bridge, because Johns and Reed are off doing their own thing right now. So after you have been inoculated, Captain Miller, Davis and Lyra fill you in on the unfortunate news of what needs to be done to get the ship up and running again.
Before they did that, I would have sent the good doctor out and told him to go and get clothing.
By myself?
You can manage. You can manage.
No, ma'am. No, please. I don't have a weapon. I'm not combat trained. You saw that thing is still running around somewhere. I can't. If you have to lock me up, but I can't go by myself.
She's gonna look at Davis and Lyra and she's like, what do you think? Let him stay in here or send him to get clothes?
Why don't... So we know that we have to... In order to get things moving, we got to get the air filters changed, and we got to go out and fix the engines and all that. I can't do any of that. I can change an air filter. So, Lyra, I'll leave the rest up to you, because that's your specialty, because I don't... As soon as this baby can get going, then I can start piloting it and getting it out of here. But, Captain, why don't... I'll head with the good doc here, and he'll, like, slap the doctor's back.
He flinches.
That, yeah, and that gesture. Oh, God.
Yeah.
And get him some clothes so he's not in his jimmies anymore, and we'll go and get this air filter changed.
I think that sounds good, Captain.
And then Lyra can figure out what we do about the engines, because from what she was telling me, we gotta go outside.
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to allow that. I'll allow you to go with the doctor. Take that with you. And she points to the axe because, no offense, doctor, but I don't know you at all. So,
Well, then there is weird shit out there, and he'll kind of hoist the axe on his shoulder.
that too, but honestly, mostly I don't really trust you or know you. No offense at all, but yes. I'm going to let Mr. Davis accompany you. The warning still stands should anything happen. And I'm going to help Lyra do whatever is needed to get this ship running. Lyra, do you think that that's something that you can tell me to do if I go out? You
go out. Oof.
I don't want to I would rather it be me to go out than to put you in harm's way.
Well, as much as I appreciate that, I'm not sure what kind of abilities do you think you have to manage these things. I can certainly try and tell you.
That's what I'm asking. If you can try to tell me what to do to fix this so that you can do whatever's needed in here to get it working. You go out there and do something, and then something happened and it doesn't get fixed, and I have no idea what to do any of this.
If that's what you want to do, Captain, then I will do my best.
Any objections?
Just be careful. That's all I have to say. All you be careful.
Yeah, lots of objections, but you know.
All right. So that being said, I just want to clarify a couple of things before we get into repairs. Nobody has investigated the airlock just yet. Nobody has tried to check on the Cronus. The Montero or anything like that. I know there's been a lot of stuff going on. I just want to make sure everybody's aware of everything. with no intention of doing that right now. The main focus is to repair the Cronus. Okay. I hear no objections, therefore I will assume that's what we're going to do. So first thing is first, we will talk to, fast forward time here a little bit. Lyra, you and Captain Miller put your heads together, and based on the information that is in front of you, with everything that needs to be repaired on the outside of the ship, Lyra is still going to be the most qualified for it. You can go with her still to, you know, watch her back or something like that, make sure everything goes fine. It's just a short spacewalk. You guys know from the schematics, like the actual engines are not far from the airlocks that would put you to them. So it's not like you're going to have to go far. However, the comm array is the one that's the farthest away. So
yeah, I would just, I would accompany her at least. I don't want her going out there by herself.
Okay.
Just in case. There's already crazy alien creatures running around. There's no telling what the fuck's outside at this point.
I sure as hell hope there ain't anything out there. It's scary as hell.
Well, if they are, I will take care of it while you fix engines.
All right. But you let me know if anything starts coming after us.
I will absolutely do that.
All right. Yeah, probably start with what is closest. You said the comm array or the comm tech is the furthest?
Yeah, so you would be working on the engines first.
Okay.
Okay.
Engines first.
We will fast forward just a little bit to that work. Then you all head down to D deck, because that is where the airlocks to the outside of the ship are.
Okay.
So checking something here. All right, so you know that in particular 3 of the 4 engines have damages. It is going to take you realistically a few hours to fix all of this.
Whew. Okay.
Damn.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. At least an hour, because you have to repair all 3 of them. It's going to take 15 to 20 minutes for each one. You've got to take the, you know, you got to grab all the materials from inside. You're doing a welding job in space, pretty much.
Okay. Okay. Then I will get to it.
Let's go ahead and make that roll, and I will see what else is going on the ship while you're doing that.
This is heavy machinery for this first one?
Yes.
Okay, I got a 6, and I got a 1 on a fucking stress die.
Okay. So go ahead and roll panic roll really quick. It's one stress die, and then add your total number of stress.
So 5 total.
Okay. Since you managed to keep it together and you don't actually panic, I'm going to let you make the roll again.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll that dice pool.
Oh my gosh.
You're good. You got this. It's
You
fine.
got this.
Right.
You
Everything's
got it.
fine.
I believe in you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Oh, no, die. Run away. Okay. No ones, and I got a success. I got 1 success.
Okay.
But no ones. None of those damn ones.
It takes you a little bit longer than you were expecting. You're not super comfortable with with being out here and... let me make a roll for something really quick. Okay, no. The damage is worse than you thought it was. That's really what it comes down to. So you have to make several trips back into the ship to get materials in order to repair the damages. But after an hour, you're able to successfully repair the engines. Meanwhile, other things are happening on the ship. First, we're going to go to Mr. Wilson again. So, Mr. Wilson, your compatriot in corporate espionage, corporate work, not espionage whatsoever, Clayton takes you actually to the executive suite on the ship, or I should say the corporate suite, where dignitaries and anybody that's most important is supposed to bunk. Whenever you get here, there's a couple of things that you notice. This spacious area was obviously at one point luxurious. However, you can see that the king-size bed is soaked with blood. The couch cushion stuffing is ripped apart and torn out, and the furniture in this room is destroyed. There is a wet bar as well in this room, which appears to have been cleaved in two. It is completely splintered and wrecked, as well as most of the bottles that are stored in it. And only a few of the bottles remain intact that are scattered haphazardously across the floor. She points to another door inside the suite. The closet and the shower are there. So feel free to do whatever it is that you would like. I'm going to go shower and change clothes.
Okay. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself in there.
She closes the distance, and when she opens the door, she stops and does not walk in. Well, damn it. She looks back to you,
Miss Clayton,
and she points, and you can see now the lights are on. There is a woman that is slumped up against the wall in this room. Unlike the ravaged, decayed, or skeletal remains of the others, this woman is whole. She appears to be Caucasian as well, with medium-length brown hair, a perfectly smooth face. However, she does not appear to be moving. Well, it appears that we have found Ava.
Well, that's an interesting turn of events, wouldn't you say?
Indeed. She looks out at the wet bar. She may have put up her final stand here.
But you're ultimately assured that she is non-functional.
Well, I'm no expert, but she does walk into the room and starts to just check over Ava's body. She feels around on the back of her head, and she says, pulls her hand out, and it's covered in that same white. Slick fluid. That'll do it. Looks like she has a nasty head wound behind her right ear. I can't say if it's not repairable, though, to be honest with you.
I would imagine that this is another one of those things that you're just not good at.
One second. Well, Clayton, unfortunately, just like most corporate reps, does not have Comtech as a skill, unlike yourself, Mr. Wilson. Yeah, look, I'm no chief technical officer, so I have no idea how to repair an android.
Which is fine.
It was not part of the training curriculum in my day and age.
Ah, yes. I see the synths have also improved, so is the training, because I have a small amount of training on just basic level Comtech things. So maybe if it makes you uncomfortable to have a non-functional synth in the same bathing area as you, perhaps we'll take a route. You let me have a look at it, and then after you're done cleaning yourself off and making yourself a little bit more, presentable, then I can see what I can do, and if not, we can take a look at maybe what our engineer can take a look at. Maybe she might have a way of, giving her a 1-2 that really fixes her up and perhaps brings her back online.
By all means, she she moves to like a position where she could help you carry Ava.
Yep.
She is synth, so she weighs hella pounds.
Yep.
But together, the two of you, kind of lift her up, take her and put her on the bed, sit her up, and she's hunched over so you can see the back of her head. And yeah, there's almost like a puncture wound, probably this big or so. You figure you might be able to fix it at least enough to bring her back online so that she can make the necessary repairs herself.
Okay.
I
will do that, definitely. But I'm going to gesture to the bathroom so that she can go and shower. And I just, when I'm doing things that require attention, I don't like having eyes over my shoulder. Get out of my sight. And he just says it with just again, the biggest smile on his face, just trying to make sure that she understands he wants nothing to do with her.
Yeah, and she goes and she shuts the door, and you can hear the shower turn on.
God. It takes a moment to himself, and then starts poking around, trying to see what he can accomplish here. Okay, so Comtech roll.
Yep.
That's 4 successes on 4 dice.
Nice. Nice. That is very good. Sometimes the dice don't roll well, sometimes they do.
Race on roller skates.
Alrighty, so with those extra successes, you take half the time it would normally take you to do this. You're actually able to fully repair the damage, and should you need to repair Ava again in the future for any reason, you'll get a +1 to that roll.
Dope. So I fix her up, I get her ready, and by the time Ms. Clayton is finished with her shower, I have Ava sitting up, eyes open.
Yep. And she comes back online just like a normal human, and she looks around back online like a normal human.
Right.
She looks around and her eyes blink. Oh. Hello. My name is Ava. Who are you?
Hello, Ava. It's lovely to meet you. My name is John J. Wilson. I am a Weyland-Yutani agent, and I am happy to see you online.
Yes. Happy to be back. Mr. Wilson, if you don't mind my asking, are we still aboard the Cronus?
And he just kind of like gestures out to the fucking mess of a room we're in right now. Yes, absolutely. We have not left the Cronus. My ship, the USCSS Montero, we umbilicaled over here to see what was going on. We have directive from Weyland-Yutani to return all of the materials here on the ship back to Weyland-Yutani as soon as possible. Now, is there something I should know?
Well, I guess that depends on what it is that you wish to know. I, of course, am programmed to answer any questions that I am allowed to answer that are within my capabilities, of course. What can I help you with?
Before you were severely attacked, actually, before I go into that, do you remember what occurred when you were rendered offline?
Yes, down to the very most minute details. My model of programming is very much used to... Our memory banks are very expansive. Yes, to answer your question.
And in the last 5 to 10 minutes before you were rendered, what do you recall?
I was patrolling B deck of the ship, and I was set upon by one of the creatures that were born of the neomorphic motes that were discovered on LV 1113, designated neomorph, and I attempted to defend myself. Appears that I did not do so successfully. A melee ensued. I very much so destroyed most of the furniture in this room, and I was attempting to confuse the creature by heading into the shower room, but it appears that she touches the back of her head. Oh, fantastic work, Mr. Wilson. The damage was done that took my sensors offline, although I do believe I injured it before it did so. Yes, I believe I injured it.
I immediately touched the comms. Montero crew, have we come across any injured presence on this ship currently and or previously?
Presence?
Yes, perhaps something like the creature that put Rye out of business.
Well, I don't know if it was injured, but there was definitely some body that was lying down near the reactor. But that, I think, is what attacked us. So I don't know if it was injured or sleeping.
Okay. Anybody else?
Nothing injured on my front. Look nice and healthy.
I've only seen the one that you shot.
Thank you very much. And I close the comms. So, Eva, in this situation, my next question for you is, how many, to the best of your ability, do you recall being on the ship before you were rendered offline?
Yes, of course. Well, the USCSS Cronus's roster numbered 25, including myself. Out of those 24, 8 were able to be put into cryosleep and salvaged, all with the inoculation of the 26 Draconis strain cure administered before placing them into cryo. The remainder of the crew was assumed to have been either infected or succumbed to the effects of the 26 Draconis strain. Of the remaining 16, 2 were killed before leaving LV-1113. I myself was able to dispatch of 6. 5 were ejected with the science module, and 2 others were ejected via airlock. So 6, 7, 8, 9. That leaves many more unaccounted for. Apologies, Mr. Wilson. My processors are still rebooting.
I appreciate your honesty, although with your current operating system, I would expect no less. In this situation, I think I may behoove me to allow you the understanding and knowledge that your captain did not make it.
Unfortunate. That means that part of my duties as the ship's synthetic were unsuccessful. I will have to report this back to Weyland-Yutani Corporation.
Yes, there was actually the captain and someone else. And now I'm going to give you a list of names that I have successfully assisted in removing from cryostasis. And you're going to tell me, outside of the captain, who was not part of that situation. I have second in command Johns. I have Sergeant Reed. And he coughs a little bit, had Dr. Cooper. Dr. Cooper, so that you understand, has succumbed to the spores because, unfortunately, Dr. Cooper did not take the inoculation. Dr. Flynn is with us, as well as Ms. Clayton.
That is regrettable about Dr. Cooper. He was always skeptical, unfortunately. And she, like, blinks a few times. I've updated my logs. All of those that you listed were supposed to have been inoculated and did not show any symptoms of the 26 Draconis strain before being put into cryosleep. However, and again, she's just doing the, like, processing kind of look. There are an unknown amount of neomorphs on board the ship. I myself was able to only injure 1. However, strangely enough, it appears that the neomorphs react uncharacteristically to synthetic life forms. They don't know how to regard us, since we are inorganic. We do not... I am unaware of the scientific details of this, but I believe that the one that attacked me only did so because I attempted to directly interact with it.
Interesting. So you're saying that if you effectively read organically, then they will in fact pursue you. However, it will also only pursue you if you agitate it.
That is correct, Mr. Wilson. They are, in fact, apex predators.
Interesting.
And from my knowledge, the true neomorphs have a very short lifespan. Their repopulation is extremely aggressive. If being left alone, they are born and die with a similar lifespan to that of a fly, within typically 1 week of reaching adulthood. They will perish. Although, yes, current conditions aboard the Cronus might change that. It is possible that the creatures may enter some sort of involuntary hibernation in cold climates. That may explain why, yes, there appear to be 2 currently aboard this ship. I'm unaware of their exact locations, but the ship's diagnostics are able to determine the amount of organic life forms aboard the ship.
He puts his hand on top of Ava's hand. You have no idea how much I've been waiting for your exact existence right now. And I put the comms back on. Cronus crew, Montero crew.
Mr. Wilson, apologies for interrupting you. Before you mention anything to your crew, if you may.
I turn the comms back off.
As much as it is my job as this ship's synthetic to ensure the safety and operation of its crew, I will remind you of the value of these creatures to the Weyland-Yutani Corporation.
Yeah.
That is all.
I will look at her and say, Special Order 966 states specifically quarantining the science team and directing my crew to ensure the repair and return of this ship.
And its contents, Mr. Wilson.
And I lean in, yes, I need to ensure all xenomorphic materials are returned to Weyland-Yutani under all circumstances.
Then it is my responsibility to ensure that that is also done. Consider that this is now your ship. As you will return it to the Weyland-Yutani Corporation, you are now part of this ship's crew, and it will be my responsibility to make sure that you and the remainder of the crew are safe.
Yes, I know. I undid the umbilical cord to our ship, the Montero. I ensured that we were disconnected so that we would take the ship that is valuable.
Wonderful. Then, if you would, I may make this a more guaranteed situation that the entire crew stays aboard the Cronus, if that would please you, Mr. Wilson.
You know the right way to this man's heart, Ava. You really do. So I just, before you interrupted me, I just wanted to let them know that I'd found you. You are an integral member to this crew. Letting them know that you're active and capable is going to provide them with much, much needed resolve. They are going to feel relief knowing that you're here.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. They will need that relief. One moment. Mr. Wilson, you're about to receive an announcement from your ship's mother unit. Please do not be alarmed.
Excuse me? And in that moment, that's when the announcement comes
And
over.
that is when the warning comes over the entire of the USCSS Montero's comms. And you all hear the mother from your ship. Attention, crew of the USCSS Montero. Warning, warning, critical failure imminent. Displacement drive malfunction. Cascade failure imminent. Fission reactor overload in T-minus 10 minutes. I repeat, critical error, displacement drive malfunction. Cascade failure imminent. Fission reactor overload in T-minus 10 minutes. Everybody, please add 1 stress to your character, except for Mr. Wilson, who got a heads up that this was coming. And that is a fantastic place, Mr. Wilson, for you to tell us what your character is doing, and then for us to wrap up for the night.
I just want to state for the record, 2 episodes long. Like we've been here for 2 episodes. Wilson has not received a single point of stress. Not one.
Except for the one when you push your own roll.
You're not human. You're an evil. You're like a devil.
Except for whenever you push your roll. Don't forget that increases your stress by 1.
Right. 2 push rolls. There we go. That's mine. Wilson flips the comms and says, Montero crew, please don't worry about that warning. We are on a very capable ship. We are on the ship that we need to be on. We need to abandon it. I know, Captain Miller, it's your baby, but this is our ship now. We take this back to Weyland-Yutani, and not only will we have a superior vessel, number 1, number 2, the reward that we will receive for returning this ship will be vast. And I hope you understand that this is what we need to pursue. Also, I found the synth for the Cronus. Just want to make sure she's up and running. She's functional now. I fixed her because I can do that. I hope that you're all doing well. You're all feeling safe and secure. We have more assistance. We're going to be all right. And that is the last thing he does.
I think Miller would just respond back. Shit, sorry, guys.
That's what she would say.
I think Miller
Oh, shit. Sorry, guys.
I think Miller would just respond back, Mr. Wilson, I need a word with you.
And that is where we
That's it.
fade to black on tonight's session. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us again for our Alien RPG mini-series. We hope that you have enjoyed tonight's session and all of the stress that comes with it. Let's go ahead and just do a quick round to allow our players to tell us a little bit about who they are and what you can find them up to, and then we will wrap things up. So let's start with Meghan tonight.
Hi, I'm Meghan Caves, and you can find me on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram at Meghan Caves. You can see it right below me already. The next thing. Honestly, if you just follow my Twitter, that's the best place to find out what's going on. But you can also follow Harbingers and Gone Rogue Entertainment at Harbingers RPG and at Gone Rogue ENT to keep up with what I'm doing. Harbingers is a Savage Worlds show. We are about to do our second season, which we're gearing up to shoot, which should be a lot of fun. I have Adventure Bones, which you can buy on Drive-Thru RPG. If you check out Gone Rogue Entertainment, you can see what those are all about. Yeah, among other things, those are the best places to find me.
Great, thank you, Megan. And as of course, make sure you follow Megan and all of her projects. She's a fantastic role player, and we love having her here on the channel, and we look forward to seeing her in other games that we run this year. What about Sam next?
Hi everyone, I'm Samantha McLarty, and earlier today we aired our first episode of our first season for our new Chronicle Adjacent by Night on the Level Up Dice channel, where I reprised my role as Elena Cortez. And yeah, it did not end the way that people expected it to end, so go check that out. I will be on there every Saturday at 2 p.m. Central, and I'm going to be doing a bunch of other stuff with Vancouver, with Martlet Games, with Bards Playhouse, and a whole bunch of other places. So the best way to find out where I'm going to be is to follow me on socials, which you can look me up at just S McLarty. And yeah, that's about it.
Fantastic.
Cheers.
Thanks, Sam. And also big congratulations, as we found out in the chat from Zach, on Sam winning one of the TTRPG gift awards tonight. So great job.
Thank you.
And definitely we look forward to seeing what that was. We've got another announcement about that at the end after I introduce everybody, but let's go to Rene next.
Oh, thank you very much, Brandon. It's been my pleasure to be the company man again this evening. My name is Rene Beauregard. I am one half of Dragon Rock RPG Design, where me and my best friend Daniel Lieberman, we create 5e supplements for Dungeons and Dragons. You can find us at Dragon Rock RPG on Facebook and Twitter, and at Dragon Rock RPG Design on Instagram. We literally just today released our Ranger subclass supplement, where you can play our 3 new Ranger subclasses. You can be the Archaeologist, you can be the Lightkeeper, and you can be the Weave Guardian. They're really cool subclasses. They're available for you on DM's Guild. You can search for Dragon Rock RPG on DM's Guild to find that stuff, or you could just go to our Twitter, Dragon Rock RPG, and it's pinned right there for you to go and get right now. And it is pay what you want, so it's technically free. If you want to throw us a couple bucks, we appreciate it. But what we really want is for you to tell us what you think. Leave us a rating and review so that we can we can make more things that you like. You can also find me on the Red Hair Inn, where I play Perrin Hopesinger, a halfling bard who just expelled an ooze out of his tummy that was living in him for a while, and it has now become my uncle because I offered it a memory. That's a thing that happens. We would love for you to come and watch us and our crew for the Ekriam expeditions. We are a fun group of primarily casters, which is an interesting situation to be in. Other than that, follow my socials, hit us up, say hi. We love to interact and collaborate. Thanks again for this lovely fucking game. This has been great.
Thank you, Rene. We really appreciate you being here, and with your debut on the Bards Playhouse. Honestly, we look forward to working with you as well throughout the rest of the year. And make sure you follow Rene and Dragon Rock RPG, and as we very much so support all of our content creators, leave them a rating and review, like Rene said. Let's go ahead and move to Dustin.
Hey everybody, I'm Dustin Fletcher, one of the co-DMs of D4. You can catch me every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Pacific Time at twitch.tv/D4RPG. We will be debuting our 2022 season on our new channel next week on the 6th of February. So please tune in to that. We're very excited as we're finally back in studio after almost 2 years of being remote. So very excited for that. But yeah, other than that, every Monday at 8 p.m. Western time, Pacific time, that's it, Pacific, that's the time zone, is a re-airing of Day of Destiny, the Power Rangers RPG from Renegade Game Studios and Hasbro, where I GM an incredible cast of Rangers utilizing the new Essence 20 system of the Power Rangers RPG. So please check out that rebroadcast every Monday night on Play Renegade's Twitch channel. But yeah, that's me. If you want to find me on the Twitters, at D4 or at D4DustinF.
Listen, I know that just about everybody that watches these streams is either in their 20s or 30s, and we lived off of Power Rangers whenever we were kids. So go watch Dustin DM this Power Rangers RPG and enjoy the hell of it out of it, because he's a fantastic DM. Even though he was nominated for Most Evil DM, we know that he is one of the best out there. So go follow him at D4DustinF and look for him on all of his things. Now, let's talk about a couple of things with the Bard's Playhouse, and I'm going to wrap this up as quickly as possible because I know our cast has to head out soon. First and foremost, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We cannot stress the importance and how much we appreciate every one of our viewers coming here. We're building a community, and these cast members, as much as everybody else in the community, absolutely love putting on a show for you guys. We're entertainers, and that is what we love to do for all of our peeps. So thank you so much again for supporting all of us. Two things that are coming up soon. The Bard's Playhouse has so many things coming up. We're going to be hosting another Jasper's Game Day event later this year, which we know is very exciting. We've also got a Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle called World Tour by Night that we're working on getting rebooted, where a bunch of people play a bunch of anarchs that are globe-trotting and just trying not to piss off the Second Inquisition too much. We've got another game, which I'm not going to spoil too much with the title, but our owner, Ashley the Bard, has been working on her own V5 Chronicle for quite some time, and I think that it is going to be every bit as enjoyable and chaotic as her D&D games. So please make sure that you tune in for that once those announcements come in. Follow us at Bard's Playhouse on Twitter. Follow me on my own personal Twitter. I've been TheDMB. You can follow me at Twitch, TheDMB __. And last but not least, we want to thank everybody who voted for us in the TTRPG GIF Awards, as we were announced the winner of one of the awards tonight, and I need to pull that up here really quick. Here we go. Yeah, so we are more than pleased for you to be the winner of the award for most silly moment in our 5e game, Let Chaos Reign, where our fun and fantastic rabbit folk coined the phrase, "What is horny?" That being said, we want to wish you all a fantastic evening, a great weekend, and although we hate to leave, it is time for the curtain call for us here at the Bard's Playhouse tonight. Thank you so much, and may all your rolls be criticals. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
I'm like a falling star, I burn alone. I've got a heart without a home. Underneath this empty sky, just waiting for a sign. And it seems to me that gravity has got its hold on me, but I'm about to break free. Mothership, take me home tonight. Into the dark, far across the galaxy is where I dream to be. And it seems to me astrology sky.